Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Arja Miller. I'm the director of Helsinki Art Museum and Helsinki Biennial. You are warmly welcome to this event. It's going to be very exciting. And like they say, nothing good lasts forever. And also Helsinki Biennial is coming to the end on this weekend. But what a biennial it has been. The wonderful curators, Kati Kivinen and Blanca de la Torre, Kati Kivinen being here today with us, have taken inspiration from the main venue, Vallisaari Island, and its exceptional nature, natural setting, and its other than human inhabitants. Their curatorial approach, under the title Shelter, encourages us to move beyond human-centric conception towards non-human agencies. The curators invited 37 artists to reflect these themes, and as a result, amazing artworks have been spread around across 3 locations of the Biennial in Helsinki to create new ways of coexisting with other living. Helsinki Biennial specificity lies at least in 3 aspects. First, it offers a unique dialogue between art and archipelago nature. The Vallisaari Island offers a distinctive location for site-specific artworks. Secondly, Helsinki Biennial has a very important relationship with public art. We want to create a feeling of a biennial as a citywide celebration for everyone. We also aim to leave a lasting legacy from each biennial edition in the city in the form of permanent commissions that stay in the city even after the biennial is over. Thirdly, we strive to develop Helsinki Biennial towards more sustainable practices. We have partnered with, for example, with John Nurminen Foundation to raise awareness of the protection of the Baltic Sea. In this biennial edition, sustainability has also been a guiding method or even a philosophy for the curators. During this afternoon, we are invited to delve deeper to some themes of Helsinki Biennial this edition with selected artists and curators that Tapio Mäkelä will next introduce to you. Thank you so much for all the artists for coming and all the other guests for sharing your insights to us. I'm also honored and grateful to have Stephen Kurtz here as a keynote speaker a little bit later on. And I want to thank you, our collaborator, Finnish Art Society, Tapio Mäkelä and Eero Karjalainen, and for organizing this event together with Helsinki Biennial team, especially Kati Kivinen, Jonna Hurskainen, and Antti Kauppinen. Now I give the floor to Tapio. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Arja. And thanks also for the possibility to get together today to talk about art as an agent of ecological change. As Arja mentioned, this is a result of a dialogue that started sometime in the spring to develop an event towards the end of the biennial. I should also thank artists and cultural workers who came before me in the Finnish Art Society. People who for nearly 180 years now have foregrounded the important aspect of art as part of the civic society. The association established professional art education in Finland that since the 1850s was open for both men and women, which was the first country to do so in the Nordic countries. Initially, the society was a gathering of artists and art enthusiasts who got together an art lottery and an exhibition. Gradually, these resulted in the establishment of the Finnish National Gallery and the Academy of Fine Arts. Small seeds, then, be they processes in the material world or seeds of thought, may grow over time. What we see today in many parts of the world is not fostering art, but instead life as well as art, are on fragile or shattered grounds. When political populist or authoritarian rulers attack art, perhaps it could also be seen as a compliment, for some art itself is a threat. In other words, art has the potential to produce experiences and realities that may be characterized, with Donna Haraway, as staying with the trouble. Someone who has not only stayed with the trouble, but been in trouble because of his heart. It is a true honor to have Stephen Kurtz of the Critical Art Ensemble with us today. He's resting for a bit and will join us at the coffee break, and he's following this stream within the hotel. While Stephen gives the talk, we will also welcome two other members of the Critical Art Ensemble, Stephen Barnes and Lucia Sommer. Also, I'm very pleased to welcome Hege Tapio from Norway, artist, curator, and researcher working at the intersections of art technology and biological speculation. Also speaking will be Kati, the co-curator of this year's biennial. Thank you also of all you guys who are online and in person in the space. Events like Helsinki Biennial are a massive undertaking enabled by tens of cultural workers and technicians. While paying respect to them, it is equally important to start this event by giving the floor first to the artists who are presenting their work in this year's biennial. So I would like to invite Eero Karjalainen, a Helsinki-based critic and board member with the Finnish Art Society, to moderate the first panel. Remotely will be joining us the artist duo Nabbteeri and Paul Rosero Contreras. And here on site with us, Kati, Roover, Kalle, Hamm, and Kristiina Koskentola. If you would all guys join the chairs here up front, please, now. And there are microphones for all of you. And I was keeping the mic a bit too low, so maybe 5 centimeters is better.
Tapio. Thank you, Arja, and a very good afternoon on my behalf to everyone here and also remotely via the stream. It's great to be here to discuss about this year's very topical and very beautiful edition of the Helsinki Biennial with Kristiina Koskentola, Kalle, Hamm, nabbteeri, Kati, Roover, and Paul Contreras. And Paul is maybe coming later via the stream.
I think it's 4 o'clock in the morning in Ecuador right now.
It is?
So.
Oh.
Yeah. So yes, but let's start with the discussion. We don't have an opportunity to see the work as pictures, so maybe it's a good ekphrasis training for all of us to discuss and talk about the work and maybe introduce it a little bit. And we will also have time for questions in the audience, so do keep that in mind while we talk. I will first shortly introduce the thematic of the panel and then go into the artworks and the thematics that arise from them with the artists. With this year's Helsinki Biennial spreading to 3 distinctive locations, the Vallisaari Island, Esplanade Park, and Hamm Helsinki Art Museum, the exhibition has asked and continues to ask topical questions and timely questions about the meaning and agency of context and different co-creators a place is home or shelter to. This open and somehow porous curatorial disposition and the artistic reactions to it have blurred the line between the multitudes of the visitor, the work of art, and the site within the exhibitionary realm. From the 1940s through to the 1970s, at the time of environmental awakening and after the predominantly representational in visual arts, land art's and earth art's way of taking the so-called natural environment as a starting point for the artist to work in changed and emphasized the meaning of nature in artistic processes. Yet these historical categories mainly changed the location of the work, the landscape, and did not focus on the habitats of a specific place. At the turn of this millennia, starting latest maybe from Documenta 9 in Kassel in the West, and influenced by new theoretical frameworks, art historians and exhibitions attuned in new manners towards the more than human co-creators of an artwork, not least influenced by the climate catastrophe or permacrisis, where ecological issues are at the center of problems beaming to other parts of human life. This edition of the Helsinki Biennial moves the perspective from human to other to co-perception. With this, it tries to ask and asks the question, what would it mean to observe from the point of view of the different co-creators? The description of this talk or this panel included the question, has the Vallisaari Island, or the context of the works in general, changed with the artist's work or vice versa? This is a broad question with site-specific and more general attunements, but taking as a starting point the context of your work, where it's site-specific or not site-specific so that it's made for the place, but still, it could be interesting to start talking about what has been the meaning of different agencies to your work in relation to or within the context of the exhibition. I think especially as the exhibition is turning toward the end and continuing through many of the works and their cohabitats, it's a good place to start. So maybe with Kristiina, we could start with your work, with your video work within this show, somehow merging the more than human intellect with the cultural meanings humans give to the other throughout times. How has the site of your work, which is already from a few years back in this exhibition, reacted with you and within the exhibition?
Hello, everybody. My work is film installation, Murder of Crows. It talks about multi-species reciprocity, and it is expanding to objects, so it's not only the film. It is, of course, an existing work, so the actual interaction with the island, you could possibly think that it is, of course, in the idea that the crow is a carrier of the dead. It's associated with wars and cemeteries. So with the history of the island, it's quite appropriate in the way. The work is talking about the crow as a spiritual and as a metaphysical entity, but just as well it's talking about the crow as an important part of the earth systems. So I must say here that I couldn't be happier how it's installed, really seriously. The crows gave me tiny gifts because the story goes, during the corona I had nothing better to do than hang around in a park between my home and my studio. There's a big park in Amsterdam. So I befriended this big group of crows. And after a while they started giving me gifts. So I collected those, and those gifts actually look like little pieces of nothing to most people. They are exhibited in a very large cellar, and that is very beautiful for me. Second thing what very made my heart sing here also has to do with the context of Vallisaari, but about the kind of bird connection that is centered around Alexanderin Patteri. There are two other artists who are also working with birds. One is Teresa Traore Dahlberg, and her brilliant Signals from Beyond, and Ernesto Neto with the Saari birds. It was really humbling and beautiful for me to see the dialogue that came from these three works that come from different cultures, different continents, how they kind of celebrate the more than human knowledge, plural knowledge, and of course the bird. I think that's what I'd like to say.
Good afternoon, everybody. My and Jamil Kamanger's work titled Backrocks are located in Esplanade Park, and they are actually 4 fully functional insect hotels decorated with folk art. Sound, please. Does it work now? Yeah. These backracks are decorated with folk art textile patterns. There haven't been very much changes in the environment, and not actually very much in the artworks itself, according to my knowledge at the moment. That's very much because the park is protected by several regulations. Basically, the Esplanade Park is a kind of museum park, and we have to take account all these regulations when we planned the work itself, and also how to install it there. Only change which might have happened is that some insects might settle down there, but on the Monday, when the biennial is over, these hotels will be moved to their final permanent locations. There might be some insects living there, but after that, there will be no any trace in the park that these hotels have ever existed there.
Were you thinking, just a quick add, were you thinking about the Esplanade Park as a site when you were making the insect hotels, researching maybe the insects of that spot, or was it more an experiment to what it would show during the exhibition?
It was more experiment to kind of like look what will happen. I tried to find knowledge, information about, for example, if they are using pesticides in the park, but I didn't get an answer for that. And the other thing is that, for example, if you think about like bees and bumblebees, the opening and installing of these works were a bit late for them because they are searching for their nesting places already in the May. But now there might be some insects looking for the place over the winter. So there might be somebody there, but I don't want to disturb them and start digging deeper.
Exactly. So the exhibition per se ends, but it lives on in these agencies, right?
Yeah. In the very beginning, we discussed about this matter that this can't be only one time off, but we have to find the final location for them. And actually, this is, for me, it's like a start of the whole work again, and it's and they will have a future, and that will be very interesting to see what's going to happen with them.
Yes, maybe then moving on to Kati and with the other video installation. As in Kristiina, it also deals with this other than human agency, and especially whales and its links with humans. Could you tell us a little bit about the work and maybe how it has reacted to the setting of the Helsinki Biennial and the island?
Yeah, so my work, Songs in the Ocean, I reflect on the themes of environmental changes, interspecies entanglement, in this case humpback whales, and becoming more oceanic through the lens of poetic imagination. And for me, like working with this, I started 2019, and the place I was already started to work was in Iceland, this shelter space for the whales, where they come to feed and interact with each other. And so the theme shelter itself was for me very interesting, because I went back the summer of 2024, and everything was changed because of the impact of the tourism and has increased, and it's not a shelter. So it was very difficult to edit it in this, like through this theme also. So it affected for me a lot actually, because they were kind of like hunting the whales with the speedboats, even if they know that it stresses the whales. But for me, of course, being in the island, and I was filming already, like in the Iceland, which is an island, to put this big theme, like a whale or the ocean. It's even more about the ocean and where the life begins and how everything is connected. Like, for example, environmental changes is actually very much oceanic, like the ocean makes the weathers and all that. So it was very hard to put in small space, actually. But there, of course, was the condition, and there wasn't much other places. But I love the idea that there is, if you come from this oceanic work and you see the sea, you can even maybe have. So I actually went there many times to see how the people went to see the ocean and were spending a lot of time there. So it was very nice to have it there.
Yes, I think there's been a change of perception now compared to spring when the exhibition opened, and now through the summer, and now that it's the beginning of the fall and quite dark already, it changes with the ocean also, how you perceive your work. Maybe then to nabbteeri. I think you can hear us, right?
Yes, we can. Can you hear us?
Yes. Talking about these shelters and ecological hosts, your work also concretely builds a space for the more than human, but also plays with the history of the exhibition, with the history of Helsinki Biennial, and somehow also plays with these temporalities of contemporary art, that your work has somehow eaten away the Katarina Grosse installation that we saw in the first edition. What has been the meaning of Vallisaari and especially its structures to you and your working with the different species on the island?
Well, the work that we created for the Helsinki Biennial host, Parahultainen isäntä in Finnish, is completely dependent on its host, which in this case is the school building on Vallisaari, built in 1958. The reason for this location is simply as the facades of other buildings on the island were strictly protected. The building in question was the only option for this, we call it parasite-sensitive intervention, contra to site-sensitive. The form of the work was also strongly influenced by the restrictions set by Metsähallitus, which is the Finnish forest administration. For example, regarding the kinds of organic materials we are allowed to use in the work. So the body of the work consists of thousands of holes filled into a dilapidated school building and withering seed heads, dead branches and thin willows collected exclusively from the island, placed in these cavities. The purpose or agency of the location is very central, but I think it's worth noting that this work could have been realized in some other building on the island if only it had been possible, as this was the only possible thing or location for us. And in the case of this school building, also the previous work at the same spot, this painting installation, Sutter Splinter by Katarina Grosse, made in the first iteration of the Helsinki Biennial in 2021, has now become part of the reading of the work, at least historically. As you've mentioned, as small remnants of Grosse's paintwork can still be seen in the surroundings of the building on its concrete foundation and in the gutters, for example.
Yeah, as Janne mentioned, our parasite-sensitive practice is based on parasitism, whether the targets with places, materials, traces, or objects left behind by others. The key is to search for and find suitable things and then attach to them. We spent 5 weeks in April and May attached to the facade of the Vallisaari school, looking for winter seed heads in the surroundings. During the work, we moved almost all possible usable material to the school building from a radius of approximately 100 meters, as if the building was a giant magnet that attracted dead matter. The work is limited to the face visible from the road, because on the left edge, on the northwest side of the house, a badger's nest is located. And on the right side, the birds had already started nesting before we had time to cover the southeast wall. So they were like, we decided to adapt to these circumstances. It is also, it is not allowed to approach the building nor the work by stepping off from the road. This restriction also came from Metsähallitus. So the work is in a way protected. It's a bit inaccessible for us humans. We still don't know what will happen to the work after tomorrow. We ourselves think of Parahultainen Isäntä as an alternative parasite-specific public artwork, a kind of sacred place that we hope could remain in place and that could challenge the unbearable time span of contemporary biennials. But obviously that's just an idealistic kind of
illusion.
Illusion, probably, yes.
Thank you. I think there's also this quite interesting ethical side to us, where you can build a work and where you can build an exhibition in the Vallisaari context, and somehow it prompts a question, the same question that prompts from the title of today's discussion of this art as an agent of ecological change, of how to strive for more ethical cohabitation through not only art but also culture in a broader sense as part of nature somehow. And I think also the discussion centering around art's possibility to convey ecological awareness in general or change is very topical, and also something that many exhibitions such as this one, in my reading at least, turns to. And I've also been thinking a lot about this way of art's possibility of conveying a certain kind of thinking, but also about the question: is it art's duty to solve these issues somehow, or rather, is it better to work as an agent to mediate this thinking that is not possible in any other means? And also, is the international art exhibitions such as a Biennale striving towards some quantitative solution, or maybe something else? I think continuing with this, I could ask from all of you, but maybe first from nabbteeri, about this cohabitation as artists. What are your ways of taking part in the co-creation of the work, in the sense that do you consider yourself as the literal maker of the work, or a part of a process, or maybe something else?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think it depends on the, creator is not the word we would ever use. So in nothing we want to kind of let out, but it's somehow adapting to something also. It depends. It's a negotiation between all the different sides of the process. Here, obviously, we weren't just dropped there on the island. We had to find our way first, how to approach the themes and how to approach the site. And it's an endless negotiation between, first mostly human participants, and then later on we will need to somehow take into consideration all the other. We didn't do anything ourselves. We just kind of placed things, but all the biomass is produced by the plant life on the island, and we're kind of dependent on so many factors here.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to work in this type of places like in Vallisaari, because rules and restrictions and the fact that these sort of restrictions are presented to you during the process when you are doing the work. So first, when you're asked, would you like to take part in this exhibition, and you say yes. So after that, when you start to like propose what would you like to do, and then there comes this sort of, especially with this exhibition in this site, there comes this, you know, these obstacles, and you need to like find your way to navigate from an obstacle to an obstacle, and there comes more and more. But I think in our work during these 15 years or something, so we're kind of like in a fish in the sea when we are dealing with this sort of restrictions and rules. It's a sort of like a fun game for us to play. And so I think we are not the only ones who are affecting the outcome of the work. There are many factors that come into the play during this process of 1 year, 1.5 years.
Yeah, thank you for a very good and prompt answer. What do you think, Kristiina, about the same thing? What's your position as the artist in the process of the work?
In the process of work, I feel myself very much as a mediator. I work often with being it the crow or being it the shaman or being it. I often do these collaborations that are very much looking for different agency and different ways of being together. I very, very much acknowledge that all thinking and all doing in this world is never done by one person. That there are always other agencies active, human, non-human. How much you recognize it or how much you know about it at the moment, how conscious you are about this, but you are never alone in this process. As for art, I think art's agency here is also kind of similar. That art can open up hearts and minds in many different ways, like multi-sensory ways. It can speculate and it can imagine and reimagine possible futures, which is very important. I think it's on a certain kind of energy level if you start changing thoughts and changing hearts, you are also kind of changing the world bit by bit. It's quite small, but it is still something. If we think about what the patriarchal science has done to our world in only a few hundred years, and if this horrifying devastation that it has left behind, if you think about this few hundred years of science in terms of cosmic time, if you think about in terms of uranium minus 384, that has half-life of 4.5 billion years, it is quite ridiculous to give it so much power. Art has the power to oppose it, to fight it, and show how absurd ever possible ways its ridiculousness. And I'm of course talking about the human exceptionalism and human-centric ways of looking at the world.
The same question?
Sure.
Yes.
If you have something to add to this.
No, not really. Thank you, Kristiina. I consider myself kind of like a negotiator or initiative maker, and also kind of like a listener. This Paprax is made for the insects, but this is kind of like a new thing for me. Before that, I have concentrated very much working with the plants, which is kind of needs very special kind of attitude and presence and being in the site, finding kind of like a connection with them, and it's also the idea of time is so different, like human beings' idea of time, and you have to spend, you have to just stay with them longer times and long periods, and this is also very much a learning process to me. So it's also I'm also learning all the time from plants and their way of existence and the way of how they be in this world. Working with the art world, as an artist, I can choose certain materials, use certain techniques. I can also, if we are talking about like organizing or making an exhibition, I can make some demands, but there's no any guarantee that these demands are implemented in that way like I wanted, and the reason is usually time, money, or just intellectual laziness, and so it's like you said, it's like step-by-step kind of process. I can't change the whole world in once. I would do that if I have that power. So I'm just try to do my best in my own little part where I can have an influence on.
So first of all, we are the environment also. So over the years, I have been working with many scientists, and this work, there is like 7-year process of discussions and asking the same questions from the whale researchers and marine biologists and anthropologists and going through all the research and all that. I think it's the main thing is that we need to remember again that we are the environment, and also like the culture is and art is part of this culture that have been destructive. So I always think about like because I believe in the power of imagination and also the empathy. In these times it has become more and more like radical even. So through this work I was a lot of thinking about like we don't have the spaces for the grieving and the empathy and all that, connecting even. So I got a lot of feedback like through the Instagram and through the email, very touching, that people kind of felt this connection. And of course, even if I use the I there, that always artists need to use their body and their presence. I spent 1 month there, like thinking about how can I put this into the words and into the images, and before even have any connection with the whales. But when I went there, there were like also the whales came too. So as I continue with Kristiina, there is always like this work is not done by me, but it's kind of like I felt like always that I do together with many like curators even, how it has been very like I believe that art can change a lot. If it's not like that, then the politics never would be cutting the funds or any. So it's I have born in Soviet Union, so I know. And also the power of the image, why I pick after many years of painting this sound and the like moving image. It has something, it goes in our body very deeply. Of course other art can do it also, but for me it was very like political even to think with.
Yes, exactly. I think it's quite political, and maybe referring to what Tapio said in the beginning, that we're living in this quite concrete time of ecological illiteracy. Somehow we maybe know about these issues and hear about them, but don't really act upon them. And also the knowledge produced in a society in general is not so that it would support this kind of thinking. And watching your work in the Biennial somehow reminded me also from this question of what kind of knowledges do we acknowledge, and it reminded me of Astrida Neimani's thought of poetry as research, and these kind of thoughts where the artistic ecologies can somehow break the idea of nature as something that can be measured. Maybe to continue on this political or societal part of it. I don't know if we can really differentiate them, but Kalle, your work somehow makes parallels with marginalized groups and the population majorities, but also with marginalized groups such as the non-human. And I was thinking about what is the relationship between these different sort of groups of human or different populations with the human and the non-human. For example, in this work, but in your practice in general.
Difficult question. I wouldn't make equal mark between marginalized groups and non-human.
No.
But of course, they can be metaphor, kind of like for each other, and I'm kind of like representing dominant culture, and they need a kind of like media or for their voices if they can't speak about themselves, or they position by themselves, and in that way I'm like Kristiina said, that kind of like mediator, and they can use me, or I can channel or spread their message. Of course, I don't know what the bees are thinking or what plants are thinking exactly, and I can't be even sure if this kind of like member of marginalized group is really meaning, but I can try, and so in that way I can be a kind of a messenger.
Yeah, and a mediator, as Kristiina said. Somehow there's a parallel sign there. I think this is interesting, the symbolical attunement to it, and maybe I was thinking about this notion of myth or storytelling, which is quite active in all of your works, and to somehow make a shift towards the more symbolical. I was thinking about fiction and speculation, and what do you think that these sort of mythical or fictionalized narratives plays in this creating an ecological awareness or an ethical imagination? I don't know, Kristiina, you were speaking about shamans and speaking about your way of working with these many different agencies. So what do you think about the role of the narrative or role of the speculation in creating this ecological awareness? Or do you think there is some possibility?
There is a huge amount
Microphone.
of possibilities. Oh, sorry. Huge amount of possibilities, but I think one important thing about this is, of course, that it is the oldest possible way of knowledge production that goes back. And the interesting thing is, of course, that we create kind of non-linear time. What I often do in my work, how I present this, is that I put these different, let's say, modes of knowledge production. I don't like the word knowledge production, but I haven't found anything else yet. So I use it here together, like being it the knowledge produced by a crow, by a philosopher such as Rick Dolphin. Yeah, I do it. I put him next to a crow, and I'm very happy about it. Or a shaman. So there becomes a non-linear time loop, and it kind of becomes almost some kind of a seance, because you're talking with a lot of dead people. That means thinking people from other times. And that is important because it kind of breaks this idea of that we are only going forwards. This idea that all that is new is better, and that there is always more and more to take and create. So this is one of the important parts that I think why it's extremely important to use this kind of narrative storytelling. Also, it has to be realized that it's not about childish storytelling, that these stories are very serious and they gain, if a shaman tells a story, it always has not moral but the wisdom. So you need to also understand that the whole idea of like a Western naive storytelling, these bedtime stories, how serious they also might have, they always have some kind of moral. That's not the case. It's more about the wisdom. And we should really listen to these old stories because they bring us back to much more essential way of knowledge production. Not about producing knowledge to producing something else to gain, but actually to go back to somewhere and learn about respect and other beings and things.
I think Donna Haraway put it quite greatly. It matters what stories tell stories, right? Yeah. Kalle was saying, and then
myths are powerful. They are carrying wisdom, which has accumulated into them during the times, and I think it's very important to study them and kind of like reinterpret them nowadays, and because they can give hints of that where we should go next.
Yes, I think we live kind of like mythical times where we should maybe, because they come like from the timelessness or like beyond time even. So while working with time-based mediums like sound or moving image, there is a lot of, I was thinking about oceanic time and also the whale that they have been in the land and going back again and growing bigger, and the scale is so much bigger. And I went even to there is images about the moon, the connection with so it's working with the myths, it leads you into this kind of bigger scale that we are all small part of the everything. So and also like we live also like we have this kind of political myths also, and we don't know what is real or not. And even like with the images or even the voice, soon we will live in the time where we don't know what is the truth, and maybe then, I don't know if myths have all the answers, but they have definitely the wisdom, what I have found in them myself.
On the other hand, science is also just a snapshot in time. They declare that science knows everything, but actually scientific knowledge is today something very valid and tomorrow it's not valid at all anymore. So we also need to understand this perspective on time. That knowledge is temporary and it's just as big delusion as methodology.
And changing.
Need to look at
changing all the time. Like the thing with the science is that somebody can prove it wrong, or like continue even wider, or it's not stable.
Not at all, but it's not very easy to confront a scientist with this perspective. But if you get them into the corner, that's what finally...
I have admit that I have been very lucky with a deep poetic conversation with and love. That's also what I have understood. There is like but you can't undo these patriarchal institutions and all that. I think what I have through the discussions, there is also not enough room for poetic or mythological or bigger scale even. You have to have this timeline, you have to do this research. And also, actually, I worked with, or had a discussion with the scientist, I forgot her first name, but Rasmussen was the last name, and she was doing together with the Norwegian mining company research about how much, because they use explosive in the seabed, and how to protect the whales against of the sound pollution, even increasing. So it's also that they do all kinds of the ethics is always like you sometimes need to do something you can't it's very political also what kind of science get out of there, and I mean that.
Yeah, I think you can't. At least you can't dismantle the patriarchal system with its tools, right? So it has to be reimagined somehow. nabbteeri, what do you think about storytelling in your practice? Do you have something you want to add?
Yeah, I mean, do you have some ready thing on your tongue? It's a bit like we don't know what will happen with the work until it's there, and now it's been working its ways during the summer, and I guess we will learn about it, and maybe it will be ready in a couple of years and we can see what kind of impact it made. But yeah,
I think this sort of, because this is, as Maria mentioned, we don't know what's like the time span, for instance, of this work, and I think the real kind of storytelling starts when you take out the work info thing that is next to the house. That is sort of like, it doesn't have a title anymore or author next to the work. That it becomes that it, during time, the sort of information about what it was, to sort of replace with some new storytelling that will happen with the visitors on the island on the years to come. This is sort of like a fantasy type of thing.
Yeah, but it's definitely interesting trying to speculate how do the other dwellers on the island, or how are they, like, what's their relation to how do they perceive the work, but it's complete speculation. Obviously, we don't have access to this, their minds and bodies in that manner. But obviously, it's very important to try to somehow imagine these different connections that might be. But at least I think we've been like, what is this ecological impact, or like how was this question? Yeah, like, should it have it? And obviously it's hard to measure at least, like, how do we measure it anyhow? But somehow when we are working, at least we are out of any other forms of evil doing. So in that manner, art making has this capacity of, like, somehow grounding us, or I don't know, disturbing or whatever, but somehow it keeps our brains involved, so we cannot do some, like, more harmful things in the meantime. And yeah, we had this little quote from the BIOS research group, because they've been really trying to promote this ecological changes and processes in the societal level and in institutions all over it. But they still think art is an important part of this changes. And I can read it. Art takes, we translated it, sorry about any inaccuracies, but art takes care of the meaning of life by supporting a continuous discussion about what is most important in the life of an individual and a community. Human dependence on other people and on nature becomes recognizable, acceptable, and even enjoyable through art. Art also acknowledges the fragility and limitations of all life and the necessity of various processes of change. So I guess that's kind of, whatever we can do somehow to to keep meaning in all of this. So it's really like valued, and it should become more and more central, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great quote from Bios, and it's also, I think, it's somehow talking about science and talking about art and this notion of impact, which is also quite abstract in a sense, because it's always quantitative and there's not much qualitative side to it. But it's I'm not sure myself if it's the duty of art somehow to make such impact as what we are saying science is in general.
Actually, it's a bit. Actually, when you think about that, it can be also even a blessing in disguise. The powerlessness makes you more powerful to do whatever you like to do. Because if you are bound to consequences, I would say that would very much limit your imagination and limit the potential that is the power of art. And that is to imagine and reimagine and speculate and activate the hearts and minds. That is how I see it.
Yeah. What are the main changes you have witnessed during this exhibition, during the temporality of it, in your own thinking of this art's possibility to convey some ecological thought, or in general? We talked about this a little bit with Kati about the ocean and about the context, but what are some other things, maybe in your own artistic thinking, that have been changing, or is this a relevant question to you at all?
Are you asking me?
I'm asking all of you.
Okay.
I don't know how much it has changed my artistic thinking. I have used to base my kind of like ecological approach of thinking in site specificity, but now I have been thinking more about like site sensitivity instead of site specificity. It's more like more holistical approach in this on these ecological issues. Then I have been wondering. I spent one day in the Esplanade Park, and every 5 minutes, some people took pictures with their mobile phone about the work, and I started to think how deeply they think about the content of the work and how to make that so more clear to the audience, because sometimes it seemed to be just a reaction that, okay, there's something, I have to take a photo, but the person not necessarily stop to thinking for what he or she or they is photographing.
I had the opposite. I got actually many comments that people didn't dare to take their phone out. It was so everybody quiet watching it. And that's of course, like being in big biennale, there is not much images of my work in the social media. But I'm fine with that. But also, like, because if you work with video, there is like so many images you can choose, or big, and it's a long essay. It's not like 20 minutes is in biennale case very long, but I heard that many have even watched it twice. So I was like very happy to. I think because the work is going to be part of next in Poland next month, and there is a bigger exhibition with in the Sopot near Gdansk, near the Baltic Sea. So there will be continuity with it, and it's in the company of the other artists working with the themes of ocean and environmental change and all that. So I'm kind of seeing in the new place, and let's see.
Yeah, maybe I could add a bit about the subject. The reason why we're not there with you all at the moment is because we are in the middle of harvest season here in the Österbottnia. Actually, I can show you there's some. Maybe you can see there's some broad beans and stuff. So we moved to countryside like 10 years ago, and this is this is a big thing for us, and it has changed the way we work more than anything else has affected prior to moving to countryside. And when you have your own plot of land, this sort of arable land where you're able to grow things and see the process from a seed to this sort of like a full bloom and then withering away. So it's sort of it has a great impact on how you work and also what kind of materials we started to implement in our works. If you're looking at our portfolio from 10 years to this day, you'll see that gradually all the colors, we are trained painters, by the way. So all the colors have turned to gray and brown and this dark, murky colors. So it's sort of like a interesting process. And I think this Helsinki Biennial work was also a sort of test for us because we didn't bring anything to the island and we're not taking anything out from the island. So the materiality is there, and it's like we're just like transporting it from one end to the island to the other, and we're not going to dismantle it. I'm not sure if there's anyone who will touch it. I have no idea. So this is a sort of like and this is an interesting test and process for us to see what happens. I'm from like this working class background, so I'm all about like doing stuff, like physical stuff, and just doing and see what happens when I do this. And that my imagination is so limited that I can of course do these things in 3D and see it will sort of look like this, but it's a whole different thing when you go into the site and you're physically working with the site for a long period. So yeah, it changes you, of course, and of this work as well is it's an image of what can I do this with this body, this 40-ish year old body at this time. I think like if I would do this work like in 10 or 20 years, it would look totally different because it's so demanding physically.
What I was just thinking, what I could add is actually what is the work that I show here in Biennial as what I learned a lot from is actually duration and responsibility of collaborations. I, in general, engage in very, very long-term collaborations, but they are often with people. This time the collaborators are crows, and they are living between my studio and my house. So what I learned by this is that I literally never can go back to the park without any food. Because when I enter, even if I have been away for months, some of them recognize me and then they crow to the others, hey, lady with cat food, may I add here dry cat food, not wet, that was comments I got last time, is here, so let's go all, and then they all come. So this has learned me a lot about the responsibility that even if artist collaborations are often very short, even volatile in the sense that you are very, very intensively with someone, and then after a few weeks, this one person disappears forever sometimes. And it's always very heartbreaking, and then you make a new collaboration. So with the crows, I learned how to do this differently, that you kind of keep this collaboration, it is still there even if it's less active. Sometimes they follow me to the supermarket and way outside the supermarket, or sometimes even to my home. I always never give them food if I'm outside the park, but they don't seem to care much. Somehow it looks more like it's more about the company and just hanging around. So this is very interesting too, because this is also the way, the kind of sensitivity that you should build towards your human colleagues if you are collaborating. So this is kind of interesting thing that I have is from this, that the work is still ongoing even that it's not. So it's kind of beautiful in a sense.
Yeah, exactly. I think we have a few minutes still. We started a few minutes early. Are there any questions in the chat or in the audience? There's one in the audience.
Hi, I'm Asko. I heard several times you used word wisdom, and it's very interesting concept, because I heard that you use it as a kind of concept which is above ethical or power systems. And I see that the wisdom is only a construction of ethical and power. And how do you see wisdom when you use it? How do you define it?
I would define it that it applies to several different things simultaneously. And basically it's older, that it's not kind of bound to certain field of knowledge, like it's not necessarily only biological or only philosophical or something. I think it has more about the general nature, and specifically that it applies over time or times. This kind of simple, who's come from the shamanic perspective.
Yeah, I agree with that. That there is like wisdom for me is of course like over the times, over generational, and even like I go with my work like thousands of years, like how people have been thinking about with this, and also I can see that how it has always changed the knowledge. So maybe the wisdom is like, I agree with that it's many ways of knowing, and we should listen all kinds of wisdoms, and there is no one way of think of wisdom, but definitely it's very interesting question. What it is actually.
Very, very difficult question.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, it is.
And important.
Yeah, and for me, wisdom is also kind of like a collective thing which is accumulated.
I'd just like to ask
And
continue question.
wisdom is not always wise. That's also. Wisdom has humor. Please don't underestimate this.
Very good point. I wanted to ask about, like, you mentioned myth and mythologies a number of times. Sort of, if I understood it right, also somehow as an antidote to patriarchal science, but isn't majority of mythologies equally patriarchal or more? And a lot of religions which are based in mythologies are causing immense destruction. So what kind of mythologies are you referring to?
Of course, I thought about Leviathan, which is very, very much quite new myth, actually. And through that, I became actually interested in what is this our relationship with the whale, and Leviathan is also the famous economy thinker. I don't know much about economy, but there is also about the same name. So what else I can say about? I think the mythological thinking, there is something. If you go like through the history, where is the starting point? Nobody knows, because it comes from the oral traditions. And if you write it down, it changes and it comes more like dogmatic, or like it loses this kind of wisdoms you mentioned. Also, it's
so the fluidity
exactly.
of it.
Exactly. I'm interested in that. And also like responsibility, who is telling it. And you can use it, misuse it, how we do it nowadays actually with the stories we tell. Through the, for example, Parts who was, or other storytellers, there were like many years, even like 20 years wasn't enough to learn these myths, how to tell them. Because if you tell, it's responsibility for the person who tells the story. So that's why I kind of dropped the Leviathan and continued with, because it was, it was difficult. Working, it's very, very, like, what is it? It's very, almost like different myths has their certain energy or entity, even how they have been treating the myths actually in different cultures. We have our own Fenno-Ugric traditions, and I know maybe more about that.
I think it's time for coffee and some fruit. Many thanks to all of you, and nabbteeri there. Best of harvesting luck. Sounds something to be envy of. Thanks Kalle, Kristiina and Kati, and thanks for your beautiful work, which is immensely important and still to be seen in the context of the exhibition for 1.5 days, and then to continue to live on as multitudes of knowledges. Many thanks.
Hello, everyone, here and on the for those who follow the stream online. I've been actually really looking forward to this moment since April is when we started talking about the possible talk here, and I'm really just really happy that this is taking place. Stephen Kurtz is Professor Emeritus of Art at the State University of New York. Together with Steve Barnes, he founded Critical Art Ensemble in 1987. CAA is an award-winning collective of artists of various specializations dedicated to exploring the intersections between art, technology, political activism, and critical theory. For already over 3 decades, CAE has produced interventions and provocations that examine questions surrounding information and communication technologies, biotechnologies, and environmental struggle. Besides numerous shows in major museums, festivals, and biennales, the collective has written 9 books and over 100 articles on the intersections of art, new media, and political economy. Here in Helsinki, Stephen has first presented at the Moo Media Festival. I don't know how many of you remember that event. Yeah, the Moo thing. But I mean, this was early 90s. Then Critical Art Ensemble premiered their work, Flesh Machine, at Kiasma in 1998. And gentleman there, Perttu Rastas, I believe, was the host of that event. It was a world premiere of a really important piece. In 2007, the film, directed by Lynn Hirschman Leeson, was the opening film of Lens Political Festival. The film tells a story of how Steve's wife and also CA member Hope tragically died, and this brought the attention of the FBI on their bioart practice and led to criminal charges of bioterrorism. This is what I referred to in the beginning, that you have had trouble while you have caused some.
Yeah, more than once.
Yes. Just the fact that Stephen is today is an embodiment of resilience, as well as love, to the themes and topics we are talking about here today. If I was myself a believer, I would thank some other powers, but since I'm not, I simply thank you, Stephen, for coming here, and Lucius Sommer and Stephen Barnes for helping to make this possible. Steve, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Oh, man, it's wonderful to be back in Helsinki again. And it's also even more wonderful to see all of you, especially after hearing the panel that preceded me. It was a great interest, and and this is what I'm most thankful for, is that when I come to things like this, I'm sitting with other people who are as serious and who understand the existential threat that we're looking at and are prepared to really do something about it. And we'll find out how much that might be, but I know that that's what's happening, and so glad to be back in Helsinki again amongst you, and to be able to try and solve some of the really hard problems we're going to look at today. And we can start with one of the hardest ones. It's one I'm just going to acknowledge because I think we have to before we start any of these discussions. And that is that we're in a world economic crisis, one in which the percentages change, but we know overwhelming, it's probably a majority, are simply not able to live their life. That economic inequality has become so bad that it's almost hard to bring any other crisis into the spotlight and say, we kind of need to deal with this too. This is another existential one, right? The example I like to use, and I use this, I guess I won't call it a quote, but it's close to. It's the gist of what the person was saying. It was from a a French protester who was protesting Macron's new economic reforms that were promising to do something to help with the current economic crisis that we're in. And what he said was, yeah, he's talking about the end of the world. I'm talking about the end of the month. And that shows us something really big problem, right? That so many people are, if we think about it within the problem of eco-collapse and the pressures that climate change are having, it's just not in their world. It's not something they're going to see. It's not something that they can see because they're just trying to figure out, how do I get enough food for the end of, and I'm not even talking about the over 1 billion people that are living on €2 a day that walk this planet. So this is the first thing we have to push, and you know, the last panel that was up was doing a really good job of saying, hey, one of the first things we need to do is rewrite some of these narratives, and happily, artists are pretty good at that. And so it's certainly one of the places that we can come into this discussion and I think have a genuine important effect. The consciousness raising is through changing the narratives that are out there. But we have a couple of other problems we've got to face through before I think we can really get to that. But for those who are already doing it, please do not let me discourage you at all. Continue, because it's certainly necessary. So the other two things I wanted to get at before we start thinking about what are we going to do to strengthen art, that art can play a bigger role, and Lord knows it should. What do we do? There's a couple of other things that I think we need to, yay. We don't need that we need to think about. And there's a couple, like some stuff that's critical art ensembles. And it's just so you don't have to look at me all the time, that you can have a different kind of image that you might see, and that might be a little better. And so, yeah, the first one that I think is a really very clear satellite, that those of us that are trying to do eco-activism or to do some type of work that has an agency to it to help the problem, we are really stuck with this one as badly as we are stuck with that economic one that I started off with. And you know, these are American, these are from the US stats, and you can kind of get the idea of how we, right? And that's what we're talking about with necropolitics. How is death organized in society as opposed to biopolitics of how to organize life? And this is the one that it's easy to ignore because no one wants to talk about it. It's a rather monstrous thing, but it's something that happens everywhere all the same. And it's something that, unfortunately, most of the time is left to our bureaucrats and technocrats, and through their slide rules and statistical models, they pretty much decide who's going to die and who gets to live, whether that's people or whether that's creatures or whether that's plants. And a lot of times, because no one really wants to face up to it, no one really wants to do the necropolitical policy, you get ridiculous things, right? This is a really easy one I put up because the military is always such a simple place to go when looking at this. So you can see between 2001 to 12, the United States had 6,519 combat deaths. And go, okay, well, I guess if, you know, as imperialist as the U.S. is, as many wars as they fought, you go, okay, I got to give them some credit. Someone was thinking about this of, no, it's only those we invade who's going to die, as opposed to those we send to kill those people. But then, 72,000 suicides. What does that say about how we organize death and how we organize the right to life? It's like, okay, well, I guess while you're doing something for us, but afterwards, when you come home, don't expect any help from anybody because you're not going to get it. And if people die because of that, sorry, soldiers, that's your problem now. Now, when we get to it as it drifts down, and like I said, there's no place that you're not going to find it, whether it's in medicine or, pick your sphere of society. You're going to find the issue of necropolitics weighing heavy, but hidden, because, as I said, we generally do not want to talk about it or acknowledge it. So, this is just one of the ones I'm going through for the sake of it. We always want to hope that we're going to do it, because necropolitics, when we forget about it, a lot of our policy in regard to what we're doing in terms of trying to, in various regions, or what we're doing to try and somehow get a handle on climate change, reduce carbon, whatever the mighty solution might be. We tend not to look at the bright or the bad side of it. We tend to look very much at the bright side. So we can make projects like this one. Here's one that we did in the main square, the government square in Toronto, of showing people, there's a practical end that you can talk about land. And what we're going to talk about is land use and the life and death of creatures in regard to necropolitics. You can, you can have good arguments, usually very practical ones, about land use and how it could be used for so many things, or oil prices or lower energy prices. But there's always going to be a counterbalance to that we tend not to think about as much. So when your water supply goes to that, you can have a very different kind of opinion about how you're feeling regarding these type of pollutants and what might be the best thing. But the argument's going to still be on, right? There's going to be tons of people that are going to say, no, we have to do the practical thing. Rather, we need the energy. We don't need all the animals this is going to kill. We'll let them go. And we can kind of go on with that. Yuck. This was another one. This we did for Leon Sea, because for those of you that have been to London and gone out to the estuary, another collapsed ecosystem. And we just wanted to show in this one all the stuff that you lose. And this is from an old fishing boat, because the fishing is gone. There's no more fish in the estuary. They're all dead. All the other things that get lost with it. It's not that you just lose the creatures and you lose the plants and you lose incredibly rich. You lose all kinds of things. The impact on society is profound of what goes away and what's not going to come back again either. Once you crush these things. Anyone know who Roy Paddy Bates is? It's always, those of you who are old enough all do know who he is, probably. He's the one that started doing offshore country building and also started pirate radio in London back in the 60s. But he's gone now. All that stuff was gone. He had to move further out. Another one we did at Hala 14, where we based the oil system and challenged people to try and bring it back. And we would give them anything you want to try and bring it back, but no one can, because they're not coming back. Okay, so what we're getting is, like, we can make all these nice aestheticized pieces like this and put them out there, but I mean, does it really help us in terms of changing the existential crisis of what we're facing in regard to various kinds of collapse and the pressures that are pushing for these eco-collapses? And how do we do it in a way that we're not just ignoring things, which unfortunately for us, we tend to do. I'm sure most of you at some point or another go to parks, right? And what are they? Big managed systems, humans managed systems, and they are almost all anthropocentric. And by that necessarily means something bad, right? Anthropocentric is one of our great paradoxes. Because when humans seem to do the nicest thing to nature, they're usually acting in an anthropocentric way. And it's usually out of an anthropomorphism, right? It's because we recognize those creatures, they're like us. They, whatever we believe our best characteristics are, we can project them onto those creatures and keep them around and make sure they're okay. Now, the ones that aren't like us, God help them. They're the ones that are, when we talk about how many creatures are being lost every day, that's who that is. It's the slimy ones and usually the ones without bones, and not worried about that. But the panda, we got to get that thing up and running. It's that they change it all. And again, it's the same with land use, or it's the same with hunting. I mean, if any of you have ever, I don't know how it would be done here in Finland, but I imagine it'd be somewhat close, that there's town hall meetings and everyone meets with the committee that runs the park, and everyone yells it out for what gets to stay and what has to go. And so many of the times, who is in the stronger position? Is it like good big racks of deer that they can kill and put horns up in their house? Or is it the ones that are doing it for nutritional value, that are really kind of desperate and are saying, hey, this is part of how I make ends meet? Or is it the people that say, when I go outside, I want to be able to go see the deer when I come to the park? And they kind of slug it out. But most all of these folks are working from an aestheticized point of view. It's a vibe, what they want. Now, maybe our hunters that are doing it for meat to feed kids or whatever, they're doing it for a slightly different reason. But so much of it is connected to aesthetic value. And this is one of the things that gets us, again, in real trouble. So I brought a good example. I could have done this from anywhere on the political spectrum. That doesn't really matter. And in fact, probably if I had done it from the radical left, where you find the most dedicated to, I guess, to reproducing the earth in a way that, again, is more aestheticized to human desire, and that is, like, we like diversity. Not that there's any good reason for it. It's just what we like. It's a vibe again. When we look back over the history of the world, it doesn't seem to really matter whether it's just single-celled creatures floating around. That was for millions of years. Earth was fine. Or whether it is a diverse situation like we have now. But we like it, and it's also good for us, right? So again, this is partly how you get into this anthropocentric thing. And it's, like I said, it's very paradoxical in this case, because it does so many good things at times, and then it does so many horrible things at times. All right, so I've taken one kind of out of the center right. Some of you may be less than fans of his relationship to sociobiology, but be that as it may, he's truly dedicated to environmentalism. I mean, he does want the best for things. Now, that doesn't mean he's going to get it, but he gave us this book in 2014, and a good book if you read it as poetry. It's really beautiful. And his idea is, I want to take half the earth and just let it lie fallow. And the rest of us humans will get on another half of the earth, and we'll stay there. And we'll let the world regenerate, and then, we can flip again, let it all regenerate. Yeah, see, some of you, I can tell the look, you already see what's coming here. This is not possible. This is just not possible. It's beautiful, and the outcome he wants, I think, is really beautiful, and I can certainly go with, because it would work if you could do it. The unfortunate part is the process of doing it. Right? If you really had to put this into process, can you imagine moving half the people in the world out of half of the earth? What that would lead to? I mean, it leads to it leads to a lot of bad things. I know in the United States, like, there's a lot of folks that don't want any more people coming up there. You know, they've about had it with more people coming into the U.S. And why people want to come there right now, I have no idea, but they do. And we let them all. It's not going that. And then there's which half, and then there's, you know, this who has to move. And it's going to get down to, I think, to the fact of whose germline gets to continue and whose gets killed off. Right? What he's suggesting in Profit is going to kill millions of people if you tried to do it. That's the only way you could do it. And this is what I mean by the problem of necropolitics for us. Because can I get into the outcome? Sure can. Can I deal with the process? No, I do not want to be on that committee deciding who's dying. And I'd hate to even think how we would select those committees to decide who's dying and who has to move. So these are kind of like just straight up problems we got coming right out of the box. They're massive, right? And they're just beyond what any one of us can do. Right, we can, as single artists, we can do pretty well, as I was saying earlier, and the group before us said it, rewriting the stories. I think we can do that pretty well. Contributing overall to consciousness raising, we can kind of do that. Because some people, it's just not going to break, right? The person who's having a hard time making rent steps out of their house and goes, looks okay to me. We're not convincing them. I don't know what we can do to convince them. And hopefully during the next roundtable or the break, we'll get some discussion. Some people have some suggestions on how to close that gap just a little bit. I don't know now. And so that's why I kind of wanted to go on to more or less to finding models that are more systemic. I think one of the errors that those of us doing work that faces this other crisis, that faces this ecological crisis that we're looking at, we've mistakenly done it from too much a position of tacticality, that we need to maybe start thinking about this more strategically. And I know maybe I've lost like half the artists in here having said that, but I'm gonna hopefully also we'll figure this out so it's not as bad as it seems when saying that. Now, again, if you're a tactical working artist, that's what you do. Again, don't let me stop you. But I do think as these problems get larger and larger, and you know, nature is an hyperobject to begin with. It's so complex we can't really understand it. You know, it's certainly beyond our capacity as humans to go, oh yeah, I figured this one. I mean, we're lucky if we could understand just little ecosystems. We're trying to figure that out as where we actually are with any success. So, you know, to think of these larger ones, it's, I don't know. I don't know what to say. Okay, so this is a project by a primary investigator and artist named Brooke Singer. And she's been working on this, a strategic element of how can you make something that is going to be interdisciplinary, and I think most all artists have figured that one out yet, that we can go borrow. But she's thinking on a larger scale and systemic, right? That you're starting to, how do you get in, how do you make your way into bigger systems, snap into that, so that you can work your way into ever bigger systems? And that this might be a better option if we work more with strategy instead of tactics, even though, that tends to be not such a common part of how artists have functioned for centuries, really, right? We prefer tactic. We prefer doing our own work, keep other people out of the way. I have my own thing I want to do. And, systems are going to degrade that. And what I hope to argue a little bit today is that's not necessarily so. It can be, right? I mean, I can, one of the places we started was with AIDS activism, and we ended up not doing it for very long because it's always like, and do you think you guys could design an invitation for next week's rally? It's like, yeah, we could do that, but I think you're probably losing some talent if that's all you want us to do. It's this kind of thing. There's a degradation of our integrity, and while you're hoping to be much more of kind of a research branch to whatever crises it is you're plugging into and hope to take part in. Right? You're hoping for that, and you're like getting the junior assignment. It's like, okay, no, I'm not going to do it. And then there's just things that are unpleasant. Like, do I want to go out there and dig in dirt all day? That's not my thing. I understand the people that like it, and for the people that do, thumbs up, get out there. But yeah, it's not for everyone. So finding that place where you feel like you can really make a contribution, do it to the fullest extent that you're able to do it, right? These are harder things to do. It's a tougher problem, but it's still available to us at this point. So Brooke here, she starts with community greening, which has been a fairly old concept, but has been around, as far as I know, since eco art has been done. And her idea was, all right, not just how do we make something look nice, which she did. That's where she started, was doing flower gardens, at least as the service, right? It's easy to get buy-in. If you're working and you have to work with communities, and those communities are going to want to have a say in what's happening in their environment. Flowers are good. Who hates flowers? I can't think about it. Most people are like, yeah, all right, you want to put some flowers in, go ahead. But she's doing other stuff too. She has some other ways of growing flowers for different arrangements. But most importantly, she learned how to make new soil. And she learned how to take the waste soil out of the cities and remake it into soils that could be used to do this greening agenda. So she's expanded a little bit from where she started, right? She's got more people on her team. So now she's got soil experts on her team. She has flower arrangers. She has various kinds of botanists that are helping her with the seeds. So it's expanding out. And then she decides, actually, I think, to go further. You can see how she laid out some of these around and got the greening, had really good buy-in from her communities around there. So nobody was trying to kick them out or anything like that. And they built 24 beds for planting, bare beds, edible crops. So she got pretty far with that one too. And that's going to, in her next, what brings her to her next element, and the sunflowers, which are really good carbon capture. So she got 4 things out of this by building it, and then she set up to try and move into, or to expand her model, which is what we always have to be doing on these. How do we expand the territory so that we finally can get to folks that would come over but are not yet, so that we can find a way to talk to them. All right, and, you can see how she did her soil and mixed it up. But yeah, taking the New York compost that was 2 years old, that takes all of that soil, and in New York, there's just mountains of it. That's not going in landfill now. Right? And again, don't think that I'm saying this fixes a huge problem, but the modeling of how you could fix a huge problem is in this project. And models are what I'm always most interested in. How can people take these, fit it to their circumstance, use the elements that they have available to them, and then do something that has a stronger strategic value. And so, you can get all the flowers that she made. Her whole guidebook. So, and that goes out for free. And it's an amazing part. All right, so how do we jump to the next phase on this? She's doing really well. And then what she does is she finds out that sorghum is actually a much better carbon capture grain than any other grain. It can hold a lot. The unfortunate part is that's usually what we give to animals, and it's not so much that we give to humans. So if she wants to start using it in a way that's going to really be impactful, she's going to have to convince people that they want to eat it. Another hard thing. You don't get to do that easily. People are very protective of their diets. It's part of their culture. It's what, it's something of significance that is something they deal with every single day. Then she was smart enough, she happily, as you go up from New York, partly because of COVID, but other things, there's been a trek of farmers, of independent organic farmers that have gone into the valley and are there now and are willing to try experimental work. They're willing to say, well, I can't give you all my land yet till you prove to me this is going to work, but sure, we can give you a little stretch of land and we'll see if the sorghum can be functional, if we can grow it, which they could. It turned out pretty well. It turned out to be something that worked well for it. And she got plenty of samples to work with, and she got plenty of different soil samples to work with. So now that she's got them on her side, then she can go, she's got more botanists, molecular biologists on her side to start with seed generation. She's actually growing things, but that only gets you halfway there, right? Because that's not going to make anybody eat anything. So then transportation, and starts making transportation connections of how do you move this around? How do you get it to places that you need it to go? Then she makes connections with food people, right? So she's got some restaurateurs that are acting as an alibi for her and saying, look, I'm serving it at my restaurant, it must be good. And they're developing recipes. So she has kind of executive chefs that are also working on it, so that, and not to mention dealing with the farmers markets. So she has kind of the full cycle of production to do this. So, I mean, she's doing something now that's just not a thought in her head or a consciousness. She is doing something that has material consequence, right? That she is kind of, like it or not, I wish it wasn't done on the capitalist model so much, but like it or not, that's what and she has done a pretty good job of snapping in and building that, because now the system is big. It's, we're getting into hundreds of people, right? She's approaching it, and instead of it just being, it's me and some of the kids from the neighborhood and some moms and dads. So I was quite impressed by that. Now, to go back again to our issue of saying, like, well, I don't necessarily want to spend my day, spreading manure and digging up dirt. she does leave room for artists, and they have a really important role to play, not just the one we've been talking about earlier of how do you rewrite the narratives that follow this and write those narratives in a compelling way that more people feel attracted to what is happening within this gardening possibility, within this crop raising possibility. And so other things, that's the soil flags that they made. They took all of the various soils and what they grew in there, extracted their color, and from that, if you learn the secret magic, the secret signs, you can read and tell what all the soil is of what she's made in that particular patch by which flag that they're putting up. And we can do stuff like this, right? So people are doing, these are some of the recipes up there on top, and some of these are just some of the various artwork. If you're more studio-based and like making small objects, or if you're doing it just from the state of, we can make something to eat out of all of this too, which is supposed to be one of the primary things to be done, right? This one and this one. Okay, good. So this is, and like I said, just to talk about, like, doing what she is doing would be very difficult for me to do. And that's, it's not the kind of project that Critical Art Ensemble does, but it is one that I can recognize and see as a model for those of you who would be so inclined. It's a great model to test out and to see how you can make it go bigger and bigger and that it has greater and greater strategic value. And, I hate to use this connection, but I will. In many of Western countries right now, why do we have this ever-growing authoritarian movement? And a lot of it is because they didn't play tactics. They started strategically from the beginning, forming parties, and snapped on from there, and could grow and could grow and could grow. It's the same, we can use that same kind of model as what they're doing. Only I think we're coming at it from a different way is probably better. Now, here's this was an accident. We had the idea that we could take, the stars have to line up for this, but we could take endangered species, in this case Cupid's dart, from the region of northern Italy. And in Italy, there's protection for these plants. You can't, once they're in the ground and growing, you can't dig them up, you can't run them over, right? You get a protection. So it seemed easy for us. It was like, let's just grow some in all the places that developers want to wreck stuff. It's going to be pretty simple. Okay, some other people have tried this and gone. And the part where we messed up on, because we were right about, half and 50-50 we were right on. The 50 we were right on was they would halt the bulldozers for a while. We protected a lot of squats in a lot of areas. They would halt the bulldozers for a while because they had way more money than us, and eventually they're going to win in court. Right? So it didn't work. It didn't go perfectly that way. And the other way it didn't go perfectly was this fella here, who was our farmer. We needed collaborators for this one too. We had to have a couple of lawyers for it. Always get legal counsel to get this thing going. And the guy said, good project, everybody. We can definitely do this, and it'll only take a year. And we're like, take a year? What do you mean? We just got to put these seeds in the pot, and we bring it out, and we bury the pot. And he's like, no, if you want them all to die in the first 2 weeks, you can do that. But you're going to have to learn how to grow them slowly so that they can go through a semi-protected season. And then build up some strength to actually get through the trials of nature. Then you can go plant them. But we're only here for 2 weeks. So yeah, it was kind of a goof up on our part. I guess another reason why we tend not to use a lot of living things in our projects, except single-celled creatures. But we did get it done. And happily, there were volunteers who were like, "We'll do it. We'll take care of it for a year. It makes total sense. We'd love to do it. It'll be fun." So it's this thing of finding for everybody where they're comfortable, where their kind of work, where their studio magic, where it all comes together, and they find a spot. And you may have to go back and forth on those spots. Unfortunately, I lost the slide here, but I was going to show some of the big sculptures that they did for Brooks' project to bring people in. Because another is creating events people want to come to. We're pretty good at it. We know what stuff to make, and people will show up. It's a good night. So we were doing that, and it's what Brooke was doing with her creations and doing with the artistic work she was doing. Because the more people we can bring in, obviously, the better. And to find the ways that we can talk to people, I usually find simple is better on these models, right? And like even today, even though I started off with a little bit of, we've got some problems due to our issues with current economy. I tend not to stick with that very long because most people don't want to hear about that. And necropolitics, people really don't want to hear about that. But it's one that it feels like we've got to put it out there and make sure everyone understands it, and that we don't get, and I can't in some way say this enough, is that we don't get our aesthetic judgments mixed up with the creation of actual policy. And this is something, as far as I can see, happens everywhere. It's like kind of no one's excused from that, particularly in the realm of the necro. And just, I guess, to wind it up, we're at wind-up time, aren't we?
Not necessarily quite yet.
Not necessarily quite yet? All right. I thought I only got 50 minutes, but if we can finish one last one. I'm going to hurl another, and this is another unpleasant one. I'm hoping with the good one, because look, there's room for everybody, right? We can all get into this. We all have a part to play. No one can be held out, right? Everyone can contribute to this. Everyone can make a model like this, or just join a model like this. Right? They're out there. And if ecology and environmentalism is the place that you want to stop in, it's a really good way to do it, and to do it in a way that maximizes function and that brings us into materiality and doesn't just leave us in the symbolic world, which is often where the social realm wants to keep us. This is one of our things we have to break out of. So, and I think we can and do. So having said that, the good side, then there is the question of what are you willing to risk, right? And this is a really hard one. So there's the FBI, the Joint Terrorism Task Force, and Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms raiding my house, taking me to jail. When you do art that affects social change, there's like all these unpleasant people that hate what you're doing. And a lot of these people have disciplinary agencies that they are very comfortable using. And so what I'm saying is, some of those folks that you might not like so much, and you could go your whole life with never meeting, well, you're going to probably meet them. Yet another reason, I always say, always have a lawyer with you, depending on how far you're willing to push, right? Because like I said, if you do get out there, if you do end up in a place where disruption, and we'd say in Brooks' case, she's going to meet some bad people at some point. They're going to come for it. She's very good at hiding things. I got to give her, especially on that first part with the flowers. Just cover it with the flowers; they won't notice. And excellent kind of work. If you do stuff like us, where we're intentionally being provocative, and then you get to meet a whole bunch of them. It's one of those weird ones where folks have often asked us, like, no one in Critical Art Ensemble has kids. And it's like, well, have you ever heard of social services? Because that's who'd be there to get them the second any of us had kids, right? So depending on, like I said, what you're willing to do, and think it through, think it through carefully, because everything contributes. And we were talking about, and even in the individual, I believe you was talking about, hey, I'm just doing a little bit, but it's my little bit. And that's true, right? That we have to look at these things through the aggregate. It's not through, and when something hyper-object like this, when we're trying to work on something like the bloody environment that's so big that we don't understand, but we kind of have an idea, it's whatever you can contribute, it's great, because even if you're working as an individual and want to stay within that sphere of work, in aggregate, it does add up. And that's how we have to look at it for those that are committed to tacticality. And those of you familiar with our work know we were for like 25 years. But then we stumbled on this problem. We had to rethink it all, But anyway, I'm gonna let it go here, because I just feel like this is a time we all need to talk, because if we can all start spitting out some possibilities of what do we do within this area that we're in right now, and within these multiple crises that we're facing right now. I wish it was just environmentalism. I wish it was just, that was the existential crisis. But it's not. It's also this economic crisis. It's our new book that we did. We described the metaphysical crisis that's going on right now. That is pretty horrific in and of itself, and they're all blending into this giant disaster of what to do and how to do it, and to not find ourselves in some kind of cynical, frustrated point where we go, that's it for me, there's nothing that can be done. It's the opposite of that, right? Everybody fights, nobody quits. If you're in, you got to be in. So with that, thank you.
Thank you so much, Steve.
Are you getting mic?
You have your.
No, but is it?
Yeah, it is on. First, I would just like to thanks a lot. Anybody have any comments or questions at this point? Merja, please.
Thank you. Steve, thanks so very much for not only for your presentation here, but for all your life's work. I admire your work so much.
Thank you.
So I go straight to the hard end. To actually, then there's a Finnish ecologist, well-known, Pentti Linkola, who's now dead. He published quite a number of books in 70s. He admired the Italian terrorists, and he said the best ecological sort of contribution what you can do is to get a machine gun and shoot kill as many people as possible. And since he's now probably been dead 10-15 years now, and he started a trust fund. He was an ornithologist and is a fisherman, and he saved all his the earnings from the books and lectures and whatever, and he started a trust fund which is now actually taking in donations, and is one of the sort of fundamental ones that you could say is also controversial, that a lot of big companies are actually so-called doing greenwashing as well. So to giving money, but also they're rescuing big tens and hundreds of thousands of hectares of pristine forest. So maybe my question here is, would you recommend now this so-called solution that we start killing people in masses? I'm serious. So the kind of a humanism, this, when I was 15, 16, I took that, I was wondering, would I really?
Would you do it?
Would I do? And no, I do not. And I did the most horrible sin ever. I gave birth to 3 children.
Uh-oh.
You know? That's horrible. Sort of crime. It's like real waste. So we're living in total controversy in such. When I was 32, I had decided that I'm going to be dead by 32. And I was in the Banff Centre for Arts in Canada, and I was wondering, I'm probably going to be tripling on the steps and going to now get killed. I actually like life. So we're in this is a sort of a ethical and moral dilemma. But getting back, would you recommend shooting masses of people?
This is totally true what you're talking about. And I could have done that as as one of the examples, right? Because, we have a deep green earth movement in the US, another good example of this. And their proposition is very much the same. They don't say to actually kill people, though. Lierre Keith is kind of the leading voice on that. She doesn't say go out and kill 100 people. What she says is go out and kill and destroy the energy system, or go and destroy the financial system, blow up all the banks, right? Blow up, So you get to the same place. She's not willing to hold a gun to someone's head and shoot him, but she is more than willing to bring down the infrastructure to go ahead and make sure lots and lots of humans die. I can't go with that. I mean, that is like biblical. I mean, that's like beyond any genocide we've seen. She's talking about killing billions of people, and getting the earth down to about, 250, 300 million. So we don't seem, as bad as humans are, we don't seem to make as big a mess then, that's probably not the way I would go. If she could find a different way to make the trust fund, and sure, if companies want to greenwash and save hectares, if it's for real, that they can't get out of it, they don't have a way to get out of it again once they've done it, then the second part I'm good with. I'm not too worried about working with the evil ones or whatever, with whether it's industry or whatever, if we can get the better of the deal. So 50-50 on that.
Actually, next week I will take you walking to a Microsoft forest.
Oh, okay, I'm ready. Totally ready.
There's Asko.
Thank you, Stephen, for reminding us that the real ecosystem of a human being is our economical system, actually.
Yeah.
And do you know any art project which has been, trying to make a totally new narrative of the world economical system?
I can't say no. You mean to really try and change it and restructure it and have a story for that?
Or make a model, like you like models. That could be a great model.
There's models out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely models out there. I have a great deal of faith in environmentalist hackers right now that are using AI and they seem to be pretty good at collapsing the system when they want to. It's rather remarkable. But I've never seen anyone to be able to collapse it that it can't come back. That's the issue. That's the issue there. And to try and do something about these global elements, no, I don't know anyone that has made an artwork that can do it. Lots of people have made artworks that have brought more attention to it. Lots of people have made artworks, I think, that have material impact on it. It's why we get arrested. But to really say to change things, I don't think art alone can do it. It takes more spheres of human ability to kind of gang up on it to get rid of it. Now, going back to a few moments back and talking about, why do we have this rise of authoritarian cultures? They have a story about how to collapse the economic and start it over. They're not really doing it through art, unless you want to say a lot of what they're doing is performance art. Then maybe. But yeah, I don't know.
Are there possibly any questions online or in the back? Egle?
Hello. Hi. How do you see the class struggle and class division framed in this? Because, of course, when we talk about distribution of wealth and the role that this has in who to chooses to be the global majority or the global minority in discourse, that struggle between classes has a major impact. And also, how do you frame the shift that the radical right is in power, yet it seems voted by proletarian class and lower classes. So how this shift affect the whole necropolitics?
Well, I mean, for a lot of it, it's gluing it down or expanding it, right? It's a real shame how that all works. It's because neoliberalism, the greedy system that it is, has shut out all of these people. And, there's different reasons. As I said, we just did a book on one of the reasons for it. And that is a kind of return to religious roots. And under a very specific way. In the first panel, I thought it was quite interesting that they were like, look, metaphysical wisdom, it doesn't come as one thing, it comes as many things. But that's not what, unfortunately, so many people want. They want it to be a singular thing. And this is part of the problem, is that how religion was once being used as an oppressive agent is breaking up and being turned over to the authoritarians, because they're pretty much like, yeah, we'll let you have all the supernatural stuff you want as long as it benefits us. Right? And the other thing is, well, I think your analysis is quite right. I'm just going to confirm what you said, which is that, yeah, the workers have been pushed so far that if we take out the religious people, it's just people that are desperate. It's just people that, with the quote I started off with, how do I pay the rent? How do I buy food? I mean, I know there's without question 50 years of neoliberalism has done nothing except impoverish me. I know it's not going to do anything for me. These fascist guys, probably the same's going to happen, but at least maybe there's a chance. And so who are they going to vote for? Right? I mean, who would you vote for in that position? The people you know are going to take advantage of you, or the ones that probably are, but maybe not? And so it's solidified that division. And when it's solidified that division, I mean, what does that do? Is you have an oligarchy usually. Sometimes it's a patrimony, like in the U.S., but it's an oligarchy, and they're more than willing, because these guys in the oligarchy in the West, I mean, what do they think is going to happen? They believe in terms of an ecological problem being solved or the environmental problem being solved, they're out to lunch. They believe in wizards and prophets. So either God's going to come down and straighten it out. It's for the religious folks. They go along with that. Or some techno-solutionist is going to come out of Silicon Valley or wherever, and they're going to straighten it out, which we know is rubbish. Those guys that say they're going to be the prophet to straighten it out, they don't care. You want to talk about some people that have a high-end, especially now, necropolitical point of view. I mean, they're like, kill them all, let's go to Mars. That's basically their position. They're as bad as any of the radical Greens when you get to this techno-radical right that's part of the, what would we call it, of the elite of this kind of new order that's building.
On this point, I'd like to ask, like, in the new book that just came out, you talk about the role of dogma, or like how dogmatic beliefs at either ends of the spectrum are preventing dialogue and therefore potential for change.
Yeah.
And you propose this solution of epistemological anarchy.
Yeah, for the epistemological problem, yes.
Yes. Maybe you could expand that a little bit, because I also remember you saying that what happened in the last image of the FBI coming to you, that was also like an early sign of what is going on right now in the US.
Yeah, I was a gateway drug for them. They brought that one in, and yeah, because that's now typical that discipline has become arbitrary in the U.S. to a large extent, or it's come with patrimony, right? So if you're an enemy of the first family, then you can, but maybe you might not. No one really knows where the red lines are. That's the important thing. That's what changes it from like all the time CAE got arrested or whatever else in the night. We at least knew that we were crossing the lines. You know, now it's like this one, when it was unfortunate only the executive branch that was authoritarian. Now there's no. It's all authoritarian. Now, what that leads to, and what he was trying to get at, is the epistemological anarchy. Again, it goes back to the first panel of like, we need lots of wisdom traditions to use, and that they all have something to say so long as they're tolerant of others. And it's when we get into these singularities that there is only one way that metaphysical problems can be understood and solved and then brought into the material world. That's when we get ourselves into serious trouble. And as I was saying, that's when the authoritarians are all about it. It's like there's one way to do it, and we can enforce it in a completely arbitrary way. And anyone who doesn't want to get on board, well, you know, they can head for Libya, or wherever our dark prison of the week is, we can take them there. So it's a kind of endless problem. And what we were trying to say is, the more that we have coming out, the more discussion that there can be. And I think it's completely possible, wherever you fall along the political dimension, until you get to these ends where discussion is no longer possible. You know, it's Karl Popper in Remade, right? Because, you know, Popper said after World War II, look, we're happy to have everybody come in, and we're going to do things democratically, and that means that we make policy through speech, not through violence. And anyone who is willing to do that, welcome to the open society. Right? Now, where we're adjusting this is Popper thought it was about reason. You know, that you had to be in a part of a rational society, and within that rational society, you used reason to have your discussions and to figure out what is necessary within the current politics. We say, like, close. We're close to that, because Popper thought, you know, if a fascist is coming through your door, and I think Finnish people can all relate to this, you shoot them. You know, that's what you do. They're not there to talk. And we are saying that, well, not necessarily, right? Because we have, like, you know, I have neighbors who are fascists, but they're nice people. They've looked after my house, and they're willing to talk, as opposed to these other ones that no, you know, to them it's civil war now and kill all the liberals and that kind of nonsense. When we get into that, this is where I think Popper really went wrong. We don't want to kill those people. They're people we can still talk to. And, you know, for all the folks that are not of the rational society, that they understand the world and they work through the world through non-rational means and methods. It's like, don't shoot them either. They're helping. They're not doing anything. They're just trying to get through the world, and just in a different way. This fetishism of the rational and this fetishism of reason, that part has to go. It's the other people that will not talk anymore, right? And some of them are rationalists, kind of, and some of them aren't, right? Some of them are just these ideologues that are not going to move. That's who you have to be shooting at if there's going to be shooting. You know, that is get it right how the alliance should work out if we do want to still have democratic societies, and we do still want speech to be the primary mover of how we do things in the world to set policy.
Thank you on that.
Wait, just one more.
Oh, can we move actually to the panel now? We have a deadline, and then you can take it during the round table, that is. So may I ask Kati, please, and Hege to join us with Steve.
Don't be so lonely.
Yes, exactly. Mm-hmm.
Just waiting.
Moment so that it settles down a little bit. There might still be water and coffee in the back.
You know I can talk forever.
I like that.
Sorry, can I ask why you are waiting this question?
Yes.
Okay.
I was yesterday at a panel where with Greenpeace in Sweden, where we discussed also like how indigenous issues pertain, like connect to this thing. And I was kind of wondering, what would your dream team be if you could freely use agencies from the capitalistic system and co-work with them to create your kind of preferred eco model for the future?
If I was working with indigenous groups?
No, they could be included in this as a part of, but if you would choose a dream team from the capitalistic world.
Wow, you're asking the hard one. The rest of them were quite easy till we got to that one. You know, obviously my choice is to try to build it through cultural means. That I think that's the best way to start off, is to get people with new images, new thoughts, new stories and narratives to tell. That we're pretty good with that. But then if we have to move from there yikes. It starts getting very difficult. And I mean, if you, what happened? No, if you're working with Greenpeace, God, that's a decision they got to be talking about all the time. So, I mean, it might be a transportation industry would probably be pretty good if you were in that situation. That, you know, if you could, have some kind of administrative control over that, so that you got a bigger say in what can be on the water, when it can be on the water, what it can do there, right? All of these things that have already been so overwhelmingly bureaucratized and full of laws. If I was on Greenpeace, and Greenpeace is such a great cultural project in itself, you know, not to mention the material aspects that it has. Yeah.
But I was just as an artist taking part in their discussion.
Yeah.
I'm curious about what you
Well, that's what I thought, and I stick with what I was saying is, you know, is with this cultural element that Greenpeace does a good job with. They're pretty good at writing new narratives. And then I would go with transportation agencies first off, because that would benefit them the most, the quickest. Sure.
Thank you. All right. So to the last part, we also have an ending time, so we need to move on.
They're going to kick us out?
At some point, yes, eventually. Now I'd like to introduce Hege Tapio to give, we will all three give a short, around 10-minute talk, and hope that Steve or you will have some comments or new issues to raise based on them. So Hege Tapio is a founder of IOLab, Center for Future Art, and also a curator of the Article Biennial that went on for 10 years. She has been a pivotal voice in Norwegian bioart and currently pursuing a PhD, which I understand is quite soon submitted for the Oslo Met. Her doctoral research investigates the materiality and modulation of emotion in hybrid systems, especially in relation to synthetic biology, affective computing, and artistic responsibility.
Plus, me and her almost got arrested.
Yeah. I just want to thank you and acknowledge that I'm really grateful for getting to know Critical Arts Ensemble's work, meeting you and Steve Barnes. It has influenced my practice as well, meeting you. And my connection with Critical Arts Ensemble tracks back to our dialogues in 2004, when we were planning a workshop event for the Detox exhibition that I was curating back then, while our initial plan had to change due to unfortunate circumstances. This instead led to a collaboration on tactical media workshop that took place in Norway in 2005. So this experience in getting insight in ways artists can cause provocation and intervene with established structures left an impression in many ways. So I wanted to start my presentation with a question. If art is an agent of ecological change, what is altering or shifting? I wanted to address this by sharing some reflections from a transdisciplinary and practice-based perspective. Next picture.
Here.
Is it clicker?
You're going to need that.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. So what came into my mind in the preparation for this talk was lesions, or I should rather say litmus testing. The chemical property of the lesion as reactant was first described over 600 years ago by the Spanish alchemist and religious reformer Arnaldo de la Villanova. What made me interested was the thought of litmus testing as both indicator for chemical or ecological conditions, and figuratively as testing for true value. I want to propose that artists can produce forms of cultural litmus testing that are more varied, nuanced, and complex, Just as litmus is used to reveal hidden chemical conditions, art can function as a kind of cultural reactant, responding to, revealing, and sometimes catalyzing change within ecological, social, and political systems. Through their probing, artists engage in a kind of transdisciplinary inquiry, testing the pH, so to speak, on our cultural climates. Yes, it works. And drawing from my practice working across art, technology, biology, life science, and chemistry, I present here a mapping of the stones that defines this evolving field. What you see is a new revision of two earlier maps. The first developed by Capucci and later by Beloff, Berger, and Hapoya. The map is useful for orientation into the hybrid art field, also recognized as bioart, where ethical engagement with how life itself is being reconfigured through science, technology, and policy. Bioart and hybrid art often work through speculative register, rather than representing ecological or biological processes symbolically. Artists create experimental situations where living matter, biotechnologies, and hybrid systems are directly involved in the work. The domain of hybrid art starts on its heritage of media art, while also serving as a container for a range of subcategories that are in constant flux and evolution. And where bioart encompasses practices from eco-art and land art to artistic engagements with the living on micro and molecular scales. Biotech art, by contrast, defines a zone where living organisms become contested, subject to direct influence, manipulation, and transformation through techno-scientific processes. This current mapping highlights how the emergency tools, technologies, and scientific discoveries continuously shape and give rise to new constellations and entanglement for artistic research and production. Crucially, the transdisciplinary nature of this field is evident in how artists enter these domains, and how this calls for acquiring new vocabularies, skill sets, and methodologies in order to investigate them from within. Through their practice, artists can contribute to an expanded understanding of science and technology, not merely by reflecting on their impacts, but by actively questioning and to how to reshape how these systems can become perceived, contested, and reimagined. This inquiry also relates to the ways tools and knowledge systems affect living. So this mapping also reveals how technology itself has become an additional ecological layer, one that we must now navigate alongside the existing ecologies of the living. The technological does not stand apart. It blends with, intervenes in, and transforms our biological and environmental realities. Artists working within these entangled ecologies is found to produce work that moves beyond symbolic representation. Their practice often transgress the illustrative or metaphorical, engaging directly with living systems and technoscientific processes. In doing so, they open new conceptual and material terrains, where art becomes both a site of inquiry and a catalyst for criticality and creative practice. And this is where I come to the gap. Rather than closing it through bridge building or translation, I propose that artists can enter into the gap itself. This visual framework articulates the complex terrain that artists can navigate when they are working transdisciplinary, particularly at the intersection of art, science, ecology, and technology. It is a partial map that probably could have contained a lot more categories. My intention here is to show some of the constellations that the artist may move through and activate, as well as the various entities, collaborations, materials, knowledges, and methods that can feed into the practice. When artists step into laboratories, ecological sites, or policy spaces, where knowledge is codified differently, this creates a gap where languages, values, and measures often do not align. Artists can expand the work through collaboration, activating crossbreeding and the recultivation of knowledges. In doing so, they help articulate critical perspectives and new vocabularies that not only imagine alternative possibilities, but also contribute to speculate about the ways for shaping new realities. I see the gap as a space to inhabit, where negotiation, failure, and transformation can happen. This is where artistic process become critical and catalytical tool, and where a range of inquiries can come from a feeling that something's not quite right, from moments of unsettlement, friction, and provocation. Unsettlement in hybrid art is the practice of disturbing the stability of categories, norms, and senses in order to open a space for critical, ethical, and speculative reflection. Through speculative futures, artists explicitly construct thought experiments. Through hybrid systems, it allows to stage the what-if scenarios that materializes futures, transformations, or hybrids that are not yet socially or scientifically resolved. In hybrid art, speculation is material as well as conceptual, where speculation creates conditions for new vocabularies and reflections. Ethics takes form in designing the practice so that ethical reflection is not external but embedded. Critical ethical knowledge exposes the hidden values, risks, and governance structures of technologies, places, or materials, making them accessible for reflection and debate. Navigating this gap requires not only awareness, but also a diverse set of skills, capable of navigating yet another ecology, one composed of disciplines, materials, ethics, infrastructures, and ways of knowing. This can also become productive and contribute as a site of locating resistance, for negotiating and reframing, where instead of staying with the trouble, it becomes a position to process the trouble, with the active intention of looking for troubled spaces, to be guided by felt friction, and to practice a vocabulary that can question our own frameworks. We may activate other perspectives, perspectives that values staying with the gap, revealing its frictions, failures, and possibilities as the generative space where art matters. So when I'm asked whether art can be agent of ecological change, my answer is yes, but not in the way we might expect. Art is not an agent because it delivers solutions. It is an agent because it stages frictions, sustains ethical suspense, and makes visible the hidden. And if we are to value this kind of practice, we must also value its feral, uncomfortable, and unruly dimensions. For it is precisely here, in the unruly litmus tests that artists set up, that we begin to glimpse the fragile conditions of the living, and perhaps the conditions for change. Thank you.
Hege, I have a sense that you have also studied cybernetics. Yes. Engineers tend to think about communication models in a way in which to make the system work without that friction. And I think you're really good to point out that it is the noise in the system that is the interesting one part for the artistic practice. And also, if you would go to like object-oriented theory or actor network theory, in that it's with Bruno Latour, it's also that the system in a way reveals itself when it breaks down through that fissure and so on. Just thought to throw this at you.
Yes. Yes, very much so. I think the noise is the place to return to and to create nuances. That's very much needed right now. And criticality, of course. So we just have to embody that gap, jump right into it and create stir-ups and trouble and make us start thinking in varied ways.
I'll comment. But yeah, I thought, wow, for doing something that quick, saying so much in such a short amount of time, you know, salutations there. One thing of talking is the gap. I've been thinking about it in a very similar way, but using a slightly different metaphor that I think you'll appreciate, because I think we're overlapping a lot, and it's been those times in our practice when we've been lucky enough to kind of find this crack in the wall, and you know, we start going through it, and then all of a sudden we're in this giant cavern, and you can start inviting people in, and you know, it just becomes this massive fuel, and it's, you know, it's this unseen thing, and the willing to work on this little crack. Why? And people going, why are you working on that when there's the giant stone here? So you know, I'm really sympathetic with that kind of positioning in doing it. The question always is how much time do we have in practicality, right? That's the hard one, because when we're under the gun, this is when I hate when it's like, look, we can't produce something that fast. It's like, you know, we can't do it, and so can you tell me where is kind of the balance of when we're in our zone? And I think where you're saying the zone is absolutely right. And it's, as Tapio brought up earlier today, it's exactly what we're trying to get at when we say to talk about anarchistic epistemology, to be able to really open ourselves to that, to possibilities where we didn't think knowledge were, and then go, but maybe there is. You know, so I'm with that. So how do we balance these two things of, you know, we have some things where the pressure's on, and then we have other things where we can just be in that zone and it's playtime. And I mean that, and I don't mean that in any kind of bad sense or condescending sense. You know, playtime's the best thing, as I think you were pointing out. That's where the rules are all changed and made up, and new narratives unquestionably emerge that stick. So how do you balance these things?
Well, I think it's about cultivating a mindset, most of all. I mean, in troubled times, we talk about resilience. So cultivating that mindset is paramount. And I mean, little goes a long way. You don't need to produce huge installations or artworks all the time, right? It's all the little encounters, all the, you know, it is cultivating, you know, what you put out there as a person is cultivating something. Having said that, I also think it's super important that all the institutional framings and support system for creative practices should embrace this and support the unwanted too. Because yeah, we can't all feed the neoliberalist monster all the time. There needs to be alternatives.
Would anybody like to throw one question or comment at this point? If not, then we move on. Yeah, it will come. Yeah. Anyway, I'm not going to do a long introduction of myself, but my background before working with the Finnish Art Society has been much within media arts and also related theory and tactical practices. And that's how we have got to know each other. And maybe now I should reveal a nice coincidence too, that, well, here is Hege Tapio. My actually real first name is Helge. So I'm Helge Tapio. But we're not related. But it's been very nice knowing this fact. We sometimes joke about that. Anyway, some of the things that I'm going to say I might delete because I think that some of them have already appeared, but I'm going to talk a little bit about doors of ecological perception. For the last 15 years or so, and there's been so many art exhibitions, workshops, events that have addressed climate change, biotechnology, or also a lot of maker events for domestic sustainability, be it about compost projects and so on. So there is like quite a big mass of people involved in this field, which is great. And I think the biennial also shows that there are so many various kinds of approaches that people have and bring together in various of these events. And that richness is good. But also I wonder why similar emphasis on climate change and ecology cannot be found in events within theater, literature, or cinema. Compared to other art forms, there seems to be a great expectation for the visual art field to be more engaged with the ecological and the material organic world. And so I wondered, why might that be? Perhaps the entangled histories of European colonialism and the practice of making illustrations of nature gradually gave visual art a front seat to construct particular worldviews, establishing hierarchies between humans and perceptions of the ecological or various species. Cabinets of curiosities and later museum exhibitions were also signs of accumulation of power and ownership for the Western wealthy men. Only visual art was and still is the object-oriented field that can be collected as possessions, while other art forms are there to be experienced or immersed in and less collectible by their nature. Visual arts also played a central role in how the experience of nature was idealized during the Romanticism and as sublime landscapes, which puts a distance between the subject and the tactile or the microscopic organic immediate surroundings. Kind of like what you were saying, Steve, like, hey, the sky is there, it's all right. What I'm trying to propose here is that the reasons why we may have great expectations from visual art to have a more direct relationship with nature has a history to it. Current practices of bioart are clearly altering that perception. The viewpoint is often multi-ocular or microscopic. This term multi-ocular just occurred to me when talking to two artists at the Biennial, the Urbanasis, at their work. Aldous Huxley wrote an autobiographical pamphlet, Doors of Perception, in the 1950s, where he shared his idea and practice that to expand one's consciousness, the path to it was using mescaline. This work was key inspiration for the writers in the Beat movement and gave one Jim Morrison the name for a particular band called The Doors. Remember, though, that Huxley had published a dystopian novel, Brave New World, in 1932, between the world wars. He had lived to witness his fiction becoming life around him. Suppression of the arts and science, maximizing production and order, and war. Doors of Perception, however, originates from an esoteric book by William Blake called Marriage of Heaven and Hell from 1793. Blake wrote, and I quote, "If the doors of perception were cleansed, everything would appear to man as it is, infinite. For man has closed himself up till he sees all things through narrow clinks of his cavern," which we were just talking about. This notion resonates with contemporary bubbles created by the use of social media, yet Blake referred to the confines of life by religion and a moralistic English society at this time. He suggested that progress is built by contrasts and excessive experience, not dogmatic beliefs. And Steve referred to in his talk to the economic rationale that makes it difficult to afford thinking about environmental crisis or acting upon it. While fully agreeing with that, I would also propose that our contemporary caverns are not only the social media bubbles or spaces carved out by economic constraints. It is a more complex set of patterns through which each subject navigates in everyday life, days to weeks to years. Everyday life often resembles this kind of a moving assemblage or a cloud. Things that we do that change gradually. They're almost algorithmic patterns. Whether it is that of a living alone or in a family, working or being unemployed, or working in some role in the arts for that matter. This assemblage moves forward in time around us, and while we may change directions, our daily and weekly activities resemble one another vastly. Organizations and companies, let alone nation states, are even more linear in their behavior. Changes are gradual, or they can be rapid through catastrophes, or via paradigmatic shifts through inventions. But these changes are really hard to carry out alone. In their own ways, Huxley and Blake point to an idea that in order to truly see and understand the surrounding world, we need to rid ourselves of the burdens of our egos and rationalism. When thinking about the ecological doors of perception and the task at hand to shed some light on how art may be an agent of ecological change, this very point is simultaneously an opportunity and the main obstacle for such agency. Would one agree with Blake? Our doors of perception are only fully cleansed at the point when we no longer think, and after which our carbon-producing bodies have disintegrated. There is an inherent suggestion here that for a human being it is possible to get closer to nature by reducing that which is knowledge, culture, and civilization into a kind of a whole of black matter, the infinite. The far right is doing a good job at that already, so we shouldn't boost that. Psychedelics or hugging a tree do not take us closer to nature, because they are based on the assumption that humans would not already be part of it, which we are. This may perhaps be the ontological problem also proposed by Donna Haraway, non-human species, as the source of most environmental problems is non-species human. Would you agree that solutions to environmental problems created by different civilizations are not going to be found through understanding how the dolphin assumably thinks, or by saving the panda, pandification, but through altering human environmental behavior and consciousness? Thus, the doors of ecological perception that art may open, I would suggest, are for one, ways in which we expand, using Jacques Rancière's term, distribution of the sensible, or its redistribution. It has to do with an expansion of both what can the matter of the arts be, and how we come to being as ecological entities, which Haraway talks about. Often either installation or software, artists construct conceptual machines, apparatuses that translate one ecological phenomenon to the realm that humans can experience, be that of plants' electricity, for example, with the band of weeds, or the classic radio astronomy project by Rick C. in Riga, where a former Soviet radio telescope was transformed to an interplanetary listening device. Various sensory extensions enable sensing phenomena of physics as well as those of living organisms, thus rendering ecological processes to the realm of the perceivable. If the artist once opens a door of ecological perception, the agency of change is potentially redistributed into the hands of the observer participant. What I wanted also to suggest here is a liberation of the burden for an individual contemporary artist to have a direct individual impact on ecological processes. We have talked about this in many instances today. Be it aesthetics or biofictions, performative art science, or the various automatons that mimic life patterns that are shown in exhibitions. But if art that is engaged with complex ecologies or the simplest living cell can alter human consciousness in ways that it raises awareness and alters the sensibility of those who experience the work, it is an achievement that ultimately may result in change. As many works at the Biennial have been addressed today, I would like to briefly discuss one artwork which is currently shown in Helsinki. Commissioned by Ihme Helsinki, Zanna Kadirova's The Forest is installed at the former power station at the Old Rapids of Helsinki and still open. Highly recommend going to look at it. The exhibit combines narratives of ecological and political coloniality, both in the Soviet era when the dam was built and during the neo-colonial aggression by Russia when the dam was exploded 2 years ago. Kadirov's video projections show a boat erected at approximately 5 meters from the ground, where the water's surface used to be. Water is now replaced by a forest and a set of ecological unknowns, many ecological problems in the soil and so forth. In the exhibition space, various cultural and social histories, video witness stories of the past 2 years are presented in detail, providing a rich contextual framework through which artists' own video installation and series of camera obscura prints can be experienced. Basically, you said it all about the complexity, Hege, of transdisciplinary artist work. I was going to quote here late Beatrice da Costa, who talked about this, that how many skill sets you need to have if you really truly want to master that field. And of course, the answer is collaboration and working with a number of experts, whatever that project or issue may be that you're dealing with. While any experience that an artwork may generate for the participant, it has an inherent value. It would seem that in order to address complex ecological and environmental phenomena, it is really difficult to do it alone. And for the viewer, unless a rich contextual information is present that binds the artwork to that phenomenon, it may be even more so difficult to make your own sense of it and thus build agency. So the more complex the issues are, the more difficult it will be to show something that communicates little of it. And I think that is like one of the biggest hurdles in terms of working with this vast complexity around us, and how art that is presented may deal with that complexity so that the viewers can engage with that complexity. And that many others are doing a really excellent job at that, but also sometimes I feel that, oh, I knew the research behind this work and that's how I got it, what actually is at hand here. And anyway, thanks.
Wow, we're going to start with here. There's too much. But okay, I'm going to start with the simple question that is, where is psychedelics landing in this particular formula? Because it does seem to have its place, but at the same time, you kind of strike down your own principle as you go through your list of possibilities for artists.
Well, it's not my cup of tea, really, in terms of knowledge production and source. But I guess the point was that at a late stage in his life and career, that was the ultimate solution for him, having experienced how his other artwork had met the realities of life. That would be my interpretation of that. But. Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
I think I really enjoyed how you are putting the capacity for arts of creating like imagined stories, and then on the other side you're also positioning them as truth sayers, or kind of showing other kinds of hidden truths. What I'm I was also thinking about not necessarily psychedelics, but I was thinking about disassociation. How hard it is to kind of break out and kind of realize that you are in a kind of imagined, like the histories and the truths that you've been told and served, how really hard it is to break out of that kind of disassociation that you're acting from.
That goes really to the epistemological anarchy point.
Yeah, you got one. I mean, it's a direct principle.
Exactly. So well, we're going to have. Oops. There was a last slide I didn't put on. Can you put on my last slide? So we're gonna next Wednesday. We're going to launch. Sorry, Thursday, 25th. Launch at Villa Eläintarha, Steve's book, and there you deal with the confines of the bubble. We really need to be able to see those boundaries before we can address them. And the best way, perhaps, for that is to keep always reconfiguring your own foundations, and so that this constructive self-criticality, so to speak, helps in sort of recognizing those various narratives. Here it is. And the cover artist of the book is Steve Barnes, there in the back of the book.
I have a following up question, because during some of the conversations that we had leading up to this event, we touched upon the embodied knowledge. So how to trust your own senses when there's so much conflict, and how to tap in to that, let me say, wisdom, because that's also been mentioned today.
Yeah, well, basically also we are very rarely experts in any science that we work with. Yet we still seem to have knowledge of that subject matter. So I think this sort of embodied experience that we grow up with is somehow always present. But I guess the trick is to how you bring that part to that narrative, and you reflect consciously about what that is and what the other sources of knowledge are in your work. That's perhaps take on that.
Okay, I got to go back now to the epistemology question, because your method, it's like deconstruction on steroids or something. It's like you take and then go, but I'm going to take this apart for you at that exact. Because at the same time, I agree with Hege that there's points where you're putting artists as truth tellers, and then the next thing you'll go as fundamental principle. Contrast, which is principle number 2 to anarchist epistemology. It's one of the most significant ones that you should be constantly in there, which means no one's ever getting the truth teller, so you're just going to get to play the game of thinking things through in terms of trying to create a richer form of consciousness. Yeah, and that's what we're doing. So it's that. Because some of it, but then you follow it up with Blake,
Sure.
he's not. I don't think he was an epistemological anarchist.
In his time, he probably was.
All right.
Mm-hmm. I think he was like.
Spill it out for everybody.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, of course, what is the value of bringing, for example, Blake to the table these days? That would be also the better question. So, of course, it's also the metaphor of the doors of perception itself, that using that, you introduce also that cultural history to it. I guess the next episode of this will be to deconstruct that.
Yeah.
Should we move on to Kati? I wanted to leave Kati last today, mostly because it's the closure of the biennial as well tomorrow, and you have worked probably on it for 2 years at least, if not longer. Yeah, and so this is one of those closures of a great story there. But before working with the Helsinki Art Museum Hamm, you were also several curator position at the Contemporary Art Museum Kiasma, so you have seen the growth of this field, pretty much how it's happened in Finland. So I look forward to your take on the biennial and this discourse.
Thank you, Tapio, for the kind invitation to join this great roundtable today, to be here with Stephen and to be here with Hege. It was really nice. It's kind of like we were just counting, like, when did we last time do something together? And that was, oh boy, so long time ago. But so I'm happy to share with you today some thoughts behind the curatorial thinking that has shaped the biennial exhibition on view still today and tomorrow in Vallisaari at the Hamm Helsinki Art Museum and Esplanade Park. With the following words, I'm in debt to my co-curator Blanca de la Torre, and thus I use wording we, us repeatedly in this following text. Blanca unfortunately was unable to join us here today physically, but her presence can be felt in the following words and thoughts as I shortly raveled thinking behind the specific biennial exhibition as a tool for ecological empowerment. So, in an age marked by alarming climate realities, today's prevailing narratives often oscillate between catastrophism and bleak resignation to ecological collapse. However, I believe that the urgency of the ecological crisis should not lead us down in a path of despair. Rather, we can choose to shift our focus toward opportunities for creating positive change. This, in its turn, calls for a paradigm shift towards climate optimism and empowerment. The third Helsinki Biennial exhibition, Shelter, Below and Beyond, Becoming and Belonging, argues for a more balanced study of the possibilities and alternatives as we reimagine more habitable futures. By understanding artistic practices as innovative cognitive processes and speculative methodologies, we can outline a transformative roadmap for addressing the socio-climate crisis through imaginative, motivational, and inclusive narratives. We must nurture a narrative rooted in new possibilities, leveraging our collective creativity to envision sustainable futures in which all beings coexist harmoniously. Against this backdrop, the arts emerge as powerful arena for engaging in extradisciplinary research and articulating new narratives that challenge the dominant paradigms of despair. Art's transformative potential lies here in its ability to bridge the gap between emotions and intellect, prompting us to reorient our responses to the climate crisis and embrace a path of hope, resilience, and community-driven action. By positioning life and ecological justice at the center of our narratives, we can proactively engage with the issues of mitigation, decarbonization, and environmental justice. Life-centered narratives enable us to weave stories that resonate emotionally, establishing deeper connections between the climate emergency and everyday experiences, creating a new de-extravist collective consciousness. When building on speculative realism, we can adopt a perspective that transcends both catastrophism and uncritical techno-optimism. This way we can leverage imaginative thought to create more habitable realities, while also recognizing that uncertainty is an inherent part of the future. As curators deeply concerned with the current state of ecological emergency, with Blanca we've been researching and exploring new strategies to engage with contemporary art as a pragmatic tool for addressing climate and ecological crisis. That's why we decided that one of the central axes of the third edition of the Helsinki Biennial should be the transformative power of displacing the anthropocentric gaze. To achieve this goal, we made the challenging curatorial decision of placing exclusively non-human agencies at the center of the artistic proposals. This emphasis on non-human protagonism represents to us an important post-anthropocentric gesture aimed at changing the paradigm that has to a great extent contributed to our current human-centric, to the current ecological and climate emergency. We believe that nudging the focus away from human-centric perspectives creates space for others and aims to pinpoint more diverse ways of sensing and transmitting information. By striving to give visibility to beyond human realities, we have sought to create new dialectical spaces that highlight the representativeness of non-human agencies, allowing us to explore ways to decenter the anthropos. We have aimed to promote representations that blur the essential categories of living and non-living, recognizing not only non-human animals and plants as subjects, but also encompassing minerals, earth, water, and all entities traditionally relegated to the realm of the non-living. By displacing the anthropocentric gaze, we have aimed to discover a plurality of ways to sense and mediate experiences that embrace the ecosystem. This is why we did not want to focus solely on the visual, the most anthropocentric and hegemonic of the senses, but also to incorporate sound, smell, and touch, creating a multisensory experience for the visitors. The exploration of planet making, meaning the imaginative and material processes through which we construct our shared environments, plays a significant role in this biennial exhibition. Artists involved have collaborated with local scientists, botanists, and professionals from many disciplines, generating narratives that articulate the complex interdependencies between manifold species, human and non-human alike. This polyphonic representation unveils multiple dimensions of existence, urging society to move beyond the anthropocentric frameworks that have historically governed our connections with the natural world. Also, by understanding intelligence not as a privileged human characteristic, but as a trait that spans across the kingdoms of other life forms, this allows us to appreciate the complexities of beyond human memories, sensibilities, and engagements with the environment. This decentering leads to a more profound realization, namely the acknowledgement that non-human creativity is not merely an act of altruism, but an essential step towards ecological solidarity. The notions of non-human storytelling, vegetable biology, animism, non-human memories, shamanism, and anthropology beyond the human have served as some of the key themes throughout the presented works in this biennial. In an era of ecological and social dislocation, a new kind of thinking about the biennial mode can hopefully emerge as a catalyst for eco-social transformation, offering strategies that transcend the anthropocentric paradigm and embrace a new multi-species ethos. This shift envisages biennials as dynamic spaces of artistic expression, knowledge production, and community building, emphasizing their potential to inspire transformative eco-social practices rather than engage in mere eco-rhetoric. Operating with a situated consciousness and reflecting the loss of biodiversity and the climate anxieties of the present era, biennials can hopefully stimulate strategies of tomorrow and foster new modes of coexistence and interspecies communities. The role of biennials has evolved beyond merely serving as a showcase of art. Today, biennials have become responsive platforms that reflect culture, climate, and socio-political realities of their context. As a living entity, the goal of the Helsinki Biennial this year has been to stimulate public ecological discourse, foster new post-human alliances, and cultivate relationships that nurture emergent forms of life. By embedding art with the lived experiences of diverse communities, biennials can, if they want, function as instruments of change that galvanize the participants to consider their roles in reimagining the relational, interconnected, and post-anthropocentric world. In this edition of the Helsinki Biennial, also the principles of ecofeminism shine through, offering insights into intersections and power dimensions that underlie gender relations, ecology, and social justice. In recognizing the entangled nature of oppression, a biennial can actively dismantle some of the existing hierarchical structures that have been mentioned already today. By amplifying marginalized voices and practices, it is possible to cultivate a commitment to diversity that extends beyond mere representation, inviting all beings to take part into the co-creation of an equitable future. In this vein, practices rooted in biophile philosophy, indigenous wisdom and cosmologies, and embedded in multi-species philosophies encourage a deeper understanding of our obligations to the living world, crafting narratives that challenge the existing order and inspire radical empathy towards diverse life forms. So, employing the aforementioned curatorial approach, the Helsinki Biennial 25 has tried to offer an unprecedented platform to deconstruct and reconfigure our understanding of the nature-human relationship through a post-anthropocentric lens. By foregrounding non-human agencies, exploring alternative modes of shelter, and challenging the boundaries of sustainability, the Biennial has aimed to provide a benchmark for reshaping ecocultural narratives. In doing so, it has encouraged a collective journey towards deeper recognition, solidarity, and kinship that transcends species boundaries, forging new pathways for coexistence in a world that is urgently calling for a more inclusive and empathetic understanding of life. Thank you.
Do you want to go first, and will somebody from the audience want to raise a question? We've been talking for a while. Minna Långström.
Hi, thank you very much. This has been a fantastic day. It's lovely to see you, Steve. Yeah, I wanted to just quickly raise some quite general question because I have met Steve a long time ago in '98 when I went to study in Carnegie Mellon where he was teaching. He was very kind of an institution in that school, and it still is talked about there. And in a way, I think you participated very strongly in influencing schools and intellectuals all over the world. You really have had an incredible, or is having an incredible impact. Also, when I saw the new book, the cover of your new book, I was like, bullseye. I don't remember when I last saw something that felt so right to the point. I was like, when did you, I mean, it just seems like it's the thing that we need to talk about right now. But anyway, so in '98, I studied there, and you taught critical theory. So I still have this whole shelf of books that we were reading with De Boer and Virilio and Freud. We read so many interesting things, and what I now thought about, because if we look at what schools were like and art academies were like in the 90s, it was still pretty much like in the 80s, like paintings and quite much about studio work and very identity, or how do you say, like it was about who you were very much. Yeah, and especially here in the Nordic, and it was very interesting and incredible, like a new awakening to come to Carnegie Mellon, where you were basically talking about these things already then, and this whole idea of interdisciplinarity hadn't really reached here. And when you look at how things are going right now, and what people are doing in schools, and what artists are doing in society, we are so much further. We have really, I think we also have to acknowledge how much we have achieved in these 30 or is it 40 years? So it's been an incredible change, and I think that we have also done so many wonderful things, in institutions, in universities, in companies. People are already used to having artists there. They're like, oh, not another artist, and at the same time they also like it. And I think that what I then thought was new when I came back from there to work here, and we were so many of us who were here we have some of them who have been really introducing this idea of interdisciplinarity and artists working with collaboratively with other people. But then I'm thinking, because we have already moved so far, but there are also some other forces that are also moved forward in a way, like not so nice forces, and we are right now in some kind of quite incredible crisis. But it's not because we haven't done a lot of good things. It's more there are some other questions. Should we move to some, is it too cozy where we are in a way? Have we, when we sit together with the scientists and look at our ecological, questions and, really interesting, incredible things to talk about, meanwhile, there's all these other, people, and that maybe is more of a social, economical reasons behind those, Okay, one more little point is that I saw this fantastic Norwegian documentary, which is called "Praying for Armageddon," and it's about they filmed it in the U.S., also in Israel, and it's just really raising, like, it's really interesting to see how many people in the world are into this really destructive thoughts and patterns, and how can we go into, how can we have a future, or how can we believe in something that, do you have any thoughts of how to expand these beautiful things that we have already achieved and go further with them still, and how can we compete with these massive forces that are based on the fact that people are not educating themselves or being educated? And it's a social, economical problem.
It is at that. It's a cultural. It takes up all of these things, and part of it we got to discuss a little bit today is that we have to think on a more strategic basis, and we have to think on a more project-oriented basis. But the first thing is, for something like this, that I always find the primary part of it is exactly what we're doing now. And it's okay to be in our silo here. That's one of the things it provides for us, so that we can see what all the other people are doing, and we can, because there's a lot of research. I mean, I learned a lot of stuff today, and there's times when we need this kind of space where we can talk to one another among ourselves and try and figure things out. And so that's all the good part. Now, the bad part as to what you're talking about, we have a lot of suggestions of what can be done, but it's elements that are going to take real commitment, because they're kind of in charge. I mean, depending on which country, how much charge they're in. In the U.S., they control all three branches of government. So it's going to take us a great deal of subversive movement, and a lot of it's going to have to come along. I mean, we're going back almost to we're like taking steps back into the 80s, where we have to think about it in terms of infiltration and subversion. Because the one thing that is wrong with them is they can put up a pretty good front from the outside, but once you get inside, this is the most paranoid, freakish bunch of people that will turn on each other in a dime, that will backstab one another. And it's not hard for artists to create the narratives that'll trigger that. I mean, it's one of the simpler, it's going to take a while for us to get in there so they'll hear it. But once they hear it, it can really make a mess. And so yeah, there's ways for us to still fight back. And of course the other ways is always, remember, local politics is good politics. So those are kind of like the two options we have, those who want to play in the subversive camp and those who want to play in more localized camps. And we start building up again from there. And if you take those two versions, yeah, we still have a couple of plays. Anyone else? I guess that's a very specific question.
Yeah. All yours.
Yeah.
I was thinking of values, like rebuilding values. I mean, you touched upon that a little bit, and it kind of relates to this religion as well. Like, where do we grow our values from? And maybe we need new mythologies, new stories. I mean, we cannot just bask around in all this kind of catastrophe thinking. It's gonna, we're gonna wilter. We're gonna need something new to, encourage us and I think new values.
Well, I think just the addition here of, you're like, here's who's not invited. And it's like, we're not having any wizards, we're not having any prophets, It's like, kind of like, and we're not going to have any techno-solutionists. Boom. It's like they're not gonna help our discussion, so it seems. Am I over-exaggerating there?
No, but I think, for example, in this exhibition, as already came in the artist panel very well clear, and they were speaking about the myths, and kind of like there was this kind of like a call for the other narratives that we need to create and kind of like rework our values, like what Kristiina is doing with the shamans, and kind of like how Kati was reflecting on the myths and old narratives, and kind of like what we can learn and what we should learn there. And for example, we have several indigenous artists from both South, North and East in the exhibition. And that is, for example, one good place to look at those stories. And they are not necessarily so patriarchal as well, as was also mentioned in the beginning. And though kind of like we quite strongly have used the exhibition, the Biennial exhibition, as a tool. And it can be a quite big tool because it can reach a lot of people. It's not that, like also in the beginning was spoken, that should artists be kind of like on a duty or kind of like respond on something. No, they don't have to do it, but art can be a very good vehicle or a tool to promote these issues, and that is what we have kind of like wanted to give a platform for through this exhibition. And I hope they can help us all to kind of like recreate our values and probably give us kind of like other kind of narratives to back on.
There's Eric Berger in the back and Maria.
Thank you very much for this wonderful afternoon. And I think it's really important to kind of reassure ourselves and remind ourselves what art can do. But I think it's also really important to look out for who can be our allies. And I think that Tapio at least was taking the word fewer in his mouth, because I think our allies are is society at large. And what I'm concerned with, also what was mentioned here during the day, is basically through these economical crisis, through the takedown of civil society, through kind of the attack on education and knowledge production, the ability of society as large to be moved for art is reduced. And I think that when we think about artistic strategies and about our practices, it's also time to kind of take this into account.
Very good point. Maria.
Okay, is this on? Okay, right. I'm famous for putting frogs out in the world. So I'm now giving you a big fat frog after all this sort of extremely so-called cosmological and world-hugging, afternoon. So about 10 years ago, there was a article published in Financial Times that said that it's really weird and sad that people are sort of flying all over from the world to Venice Biennial to be confronted with this sort of extremely sad the stories about the endangered species, about ecological crisis, and the people who are extremely well educated, highly academic people, they fly all over the world to then go consume their Weltschmerz for a few days, and they then buy pile of books, and they sort of buy a nice ecologically grown cotton bag into which they put their their arty books, and then they go back and feel, oh my God, I'm such a good person. I've really now saved. I suffered. I saved the world a bit. And I know this is the same now with Helsinki Biennial as well. I know from the city you're getting all the pressure from attracting a lot of tourists here, and you get the pressure of getting high pricey high flyers to Helsinki to fill in 5-star hotels, fill in the restaurants, and get the rooms busy. There's a big controversy here, and there's a kind of this reminds me so much of the Catholic Church selling indulgences, to save your sins. You feel we're better people, then we now shed our, sins a little bit. Hypocritical? This is now my question, please.
Yes, you are very right that the biennial is also, of course, part of the strategy of the Helsinki city to create itself as a cultural destination, as well as also to kind of use the archipelago of Helsinki for recreational purposes, and in this case to bring art and science and art and nature kind of in dialogue. So this is all true, and kind of I don't think we have been in any point trying to go against that. But what I now, especially this edition, what we've been really thinking is our prior audience is here in Helsinki. It's the Helsinkians. We are doing it first and foremost for them, the exhibition. It's been a pleasure to have 8,000 school kids visiting the island now in August and September. So I hope also that there are some leads that kind of these narratives that are spoken in the exhibition will go also for the younger audience. But of course, there is the interest also to get both international artists here. It's nice that the Finnish audience also has the possibility to discover new artistic positions, for example, from Latin America. And yes, this includes traveling, but for example, when producing this exhibition, we've been also doing as much as possible production here locally in Finland, which is not only let's say, ecological decision, it's also social sustainability when we can also produce work here locally. So these things are never totally so black and white, but as I said earlier, for us it's also a tool of trying to make not just ourselves feel better, but perhaps also to deliver a certain kind of a message. I don't know, should I try to respond more, but at least to start with that, and Tapio seems to want to continue.
Yes, and actually there's a term for what you described, Maria. It's called eco-narcissism. It's been discussed, and yeah. Sure. But also I'm reminded by what nabbteeri was saying previously that for them also what they do, it keeps them away from doing the other bad things they do. So part of that, I guess there's always a negotiation and exchange of values and things going on, and you kind of have to also look at the bigger picture of if we want to reach wider audiences, there are always compromises at hand. And then what people make of that and how they utilize that for their personal desires and needs, that will ultimately always vary. But I think your criticism still is very, very valid in terms of the cosmopolitan travel and so on.
Sorry, I want to sort of, continue a little bit. I give a sort of Finnish example. In Finland, there's been, for the past 10, 15 years, there's been quite a lot of, we've seen Sami artists shown in international arenas and, in Finnish museums and so forth. Finnish Biennial, great. About when Sipilä was a prime minister, I think this was then 2015, he started as one Finnish politician. Then I think 2017, Finland became the chairperson for Arctic Council. And at that point, one of the Sami artists, you tell me what was her name now, she won a prize. And then the prime minister said, oh great, she's a great artist, because she's not a terrorist. She does not demand for land rights for Sami people. She only makes nice, cute stuff, but she's not a terrorist. Claiming land rights for the Sami people to actually execute and sort of continue, carrying out their own sort of way of life. That would be too radical, and we don't want to give them that right. But exhibiting their work in international, exhibitions is just fine. Also, the Finnish sort of Pöyry Foundation, Pöyry consultancy company, gave Norway about 15 years ago gave a consultancy for Norwegian environmental ministry. That, yes, indeed, it might be a problem, or it is a sort of a problem. To build huge dams in north of Denmark to sort of, that is going to cause some problems for the native people to be pilgrims and, do their reindeer herding stuff. But, hey, we have a problem. We sort of build these old Sami people, sort of big, nice blocks of flats to the north. But the young people, we bring them to Oslo because we will start a department for Sami cultural studies. And then these young people can go back to the north to have hobbies for these old people who are sort of still, sulking for losing their culture. And therefore we sort of help to sort of keep this circle going on. But we can destroy their way of life. But then they, later on, they can have it as a hobby with the educated youth coming to do that. This was coming from 15 years ago. Finnish consultancy company Pöyry was giving this to the Norwegian Environmental Ministry. Sorry, so this was now 2 or 3 frogs. Sorry about this.
For that, I would like to comment that I think it is very much due to both visual artists coming from the Sami background here living in north of Finland, as well as also, for example, writers from that community who have actually done a really big job in the fact that we nowadays know so much more about the decolonization process here in Finland, and kind of like in general about the Sami culture and which are the injustices that they have faced in the past 200-300 years. So I there would applaud the Sami community and especially the artists from that community that we even know something. So here again, art can be a good vehicle for delivering more information on those things.
Okay, that will be on a very different note. I'm not at all from the Nordic context. I'm from Poland, and I'm studying art with art education and going direction of curation. And I question a lot, why do I study that? Because there's so much happening, and like, will I have a job? And all the cuts, and it's not the easiest field, I think, right now. Of course, there's more difficult ones, but also going to all the exhibitions, then you often question like the white cubes, and do I feel good in that, and like the art that is being produced. And, I don't know, you think a lot about capitalism there, but then I've been to this exhibition, and I do that for those kind of exhibitions, and I'm so grateful for this, like the one on the island. I think it's such a good curatorial job that I'm sorry to the artist, I more remember your art being connected with nature than your names, and I think that was the best thing that could come from this. So yeah, I think that was like such a good experience. I'm just very thankful. So just on a very different note. So
Hi, thanks everybody, and thank you, Steve, for coming here. I just wanted to say, great discussion all day, very valid points from different sides, I would say. But maybe we should just, take a step back and look at it from a very, very kind of long anthropological, historical perspective. And I think that, since we are asking all the time ourselves, what is the potential strategy, right? And Steve mentioned too, which is subversion and local engagement, yeah? And I would add two that are complementary to those, which is microeconomies, right? Which are very connected to local engagement. And essentially embeddedness in systems, which is connected to subversion, but maybe it's not very open, yeah? It's more dialectical, and it's a very, very long-term type of strategy. But there's one thing that, that comes from religious wisdom, which is not Christian Judaic, that is maybe one of the strategies that could work really, really well. And we have to remind ourselves of the three poisons: greed, ignorance, and hatred. Yeah? These are the three poisons that we have to fight in Buddhist terms to get somewhere else where the doors of perception open and all of that. And I think that if you really break this down, and it plays on all of these levels, because, virtue signaling and so on, and what was the term that you used, Tapio? Ecological, what? Narcissism, was it? Yeah. They exist, but we cannot put everything in the same one. We are gathered here through one of these systems. We can see it as ecological narcissism or whatever, or intellectual narcissism, or something else, or a gathering of that has some kind of strategic potential, and some vectors can come out of this. Yeah, and that's the way I would say we should look at this. We shouldn't feel guilty. I mean, we can. So a good Catholic can feel very guilty, and then goes into the church on Sunday and settles. But we should all, we should be not ignorant, yeah, and that's crucial. And I think that the dismantling of the systems of education, of kind of the systems that prevent ignorance, those are the great dangers, and we've seen them. They started. Steve mentioned they started. The 80s were the time, yeah, the first era of a certain president that really set all of the tones for everything that is happening today, and in the American empire. But the rest, Europe was asleep in our very cozy, social state on one side in the West, and in different levels of strange socialist oppression / constructivism in the East, yeah, that we have experienced. I come from that part, from the softest one in former Yugoslavia, and so we went through that, and we are forewarned. We were forewarned, and we were warning, and try to do these little steps, little moves, and we still have to continue doing them. That's all. So really, the three poisons have three antidotes, and many, many more, three major ones, and we have to kind of just push, because poisons are poisons. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marko. And also, it's also to look at the things that unite and can be shared as values, not those that pull us apart kind of perspective. That kind of set of values helps in that, I think. Minna.
Yeah, I was thinking about once when I went to a seminar for documentary filmmaking, and there was this Rax Media Lab was there from India, and there was this question. Somebody asked this question about, if we are, about traveling and going to the other side of the world and documenting and and using money and everything. Then he said also that never ask an artist what they make or how they get by or how much money you have or something like that, or what's your budget or something. I mean, you can do it, of course, but it's because we're all struggling with such small sums, and the whole art field, whether it's curators or artists, whether they are going to every single biennial, it's like nothing if you compare to the, to the gun industry or the military or the, some huge industries and, and the business world who is like living in the, in the business class, and so it's all relative as well, So maybe we shouldn't blame ourselves so much and guilt trip each other about traveling and things like that in the art world. Which really, if everyone lived like artists and cultural sector, I think we would solve all the ecological problems in the world.
Without traveling, without having the opportunity to meet all the wonderful people that I've done over the years, I would never be able to think the way I do and practice the way I do. And I think as antidote, money can't buy you love. So love, responsibility, care.
These could almost be words to end this, but I would still like to give that to you, Steve.
Oh, okay. Well, we were invited to the Venice Biennale and didn't go. see, like that's real impressive, isn't it? But yeah, like I said, I do think this kind of research is being exchanged, and the other is how do we all live? I mean, particularly those of us who are in this room, even if I never went anywhere. And incidentally, I haven't done a Europe gig in 6 years. We have done everything by shipping. And I don't know if that's any better. It's the worst part, because those bloody ships, I mean, what they put off, okay. So I'm not sure on that. It's something that we do have to keep in mind, but at the same time, yeah, there's no need to beat up on ourselves too badly. I think Minna put exactly right. I don't know how many biennials does it take to purchase an arms company. It would take a lot of biennials. We'd be counting money for a long time, and I see it at home. Not that I have my little cottage and my Toyota Corolla, but I'm still way beyond. I'm still in the top 15% of rich people in the world. I mean, there to some degree, we're going to have to live with this hypocrisy, and this is partly why I started to talk, so it's good because we're ending it up now. Partly why I, started to talk the way it is, because, I walk outside my cottage and it's like, well, come on, it's fair I should get that. I've worked pretty hard, And there's no way to solve this problem. This problem has to be solved much more on a macro level. I don't believe that the problems we have, like flying to a biennial, are anything that will solve anything. I don't see it having much value to the existential threat that's beyond us, any more than like neighborhoods that ban plastic bags, because the neighborhood next door didn't ban plastic bags, and that company is rolling right along. And all of us will just mail our way out. The cardboard companies, how much pollution these guys make. And they're one of the biggest industries worldwide, is the production of cardboard, because we got to keep Bezos in his boat. right? So, yeah, cut yourself some slack. Be as part of the solution the best you can and negate what you can negate. But there's almost no way as an individual and the forces that kind of push us around a little bit that we can be expected to live the perfect life that is going to solve our environmental problems. It's just not how it's going to happen. It has to happen on a large scale. And that's why, why I've been so interested in the systematic now is how do we break into these systems and bury ourselves in there. And that will do much more than what we have to do. And I want to come hear my colleagues say what they're up to.
Thank you, Steve, Hege, Kati, and thank you so much to the audience and everybody who's been following us online. Maybe